Well, hello everybody. Welcome. Oh, the music on the character select just got to the good bit where the like drums come in. Welcome everyone to another episode. Oh god, I hope do I need to go to the toilet? This is like getting in the car at the start of a long ride. No, I think I'm alright. I think I'm fine. Oh, I don't know. Guys, the can spree is over. I don't have a can with me today. Yeah, welcome. Hope we're all good. I've started on character select here today because when we log into Tremor here, I wanted to get the animation of us waking up in bed. Check this out. Here we go. And we're going to have the stretch with it and everything. There we go. And that's very fitting, I think, and very appropriate. One, because we did set that up in the last part, but I did just get up. So we're actually starting a little bit later today. Yeah, lots of things going on, lots being set up, lots to talk about. First thing, I've been informed by you guys over in Discord that the original Alphino voice is Sam Rigel, who does, like, Bram. Which is amazing to me. It would have been years ago, obviously. I could not detect that at all. And it's weird because I feel like usually when I hear that guy's voice in Guild Wars, it's like immediately very recognizable to the point of it taking me out of the moment quite often. Like the new expansion, Janthea Wilds, has a big bear character who's voiced by the same guy, and you can hear that it's like Bram under there, right? But no, his Alphino voice, oh my god, I had no idea it was the same guy. That's absolutely wild. So yeah, let's head out of the heavy oaken door. Now, there is a little bit of stuff I've played between episodes to do with Paladin. So you can see, to do with Gladiator, which you can see we are currently... Oh my god, people are already sitting, and wow, that's amazing. So I have played through the Gladiator storyline. Boo-hoo, I know you guys didn't get to see it. It's just quite a lot of content. We have it available for New Game Plus, so you never know. Actually, do we have New Game Plus yet? I don't think it's unlocked yet. Where does it unlock? Duty, probably? No, we don't. I don't know when you unlock it, but you can, I promise, replay them in New Game Plus. My review of the story is that it is way better than the Archer one. You get a lot of moments where you get to make decisions and respond and answer and decide what you think is going on with the story. I kind of skimmed it as I was playing, so actually I think I was liable to getting a lot of those decisions wrong. But you felt that came up a lot. Also, the cutscenes are of really high quality in that storyline. It's kind of funny. It's about a guy that abandoned the guild 7 years ago, and you know, he's kind of on the run for people, the cutthroats around Udal, and sort of dives into the monetarist aspects of Udal. It ends at High Bridge, and there's just a really cool fight scene. We're going to watch the cutscenes, in fact, maybe in the end there. But yeah, anyway, so I did that. Now, what did I unlock from doing that? Well, not much, actually. One skill, but it's an extremely important skill. Ooh, my voice is cracking like a little teenager, because that's what I am, right, guys? Oh my god, there's a sightseeing log there on the gate. And it looks active? How do we've been running past that the entire time. Hold on, let's see here. If I climb on this, and then this. Oh my god, what? This isn't right. It's not really even letting me. Are you serious? I need to go onto that gate. That's too far of a jump. You can't do that. How do I get up there? Maybe a sprint jump? Look, I've done sightseeing logs that require, like, jumping puzzly things before. There's never been one that hard. But that looks almost impossible. I would love to get this one. Oh. I mean, if we sprint, and that's a big if, maybe we can jump to the lower part of the gate. Ready? No, there's no way. That is not doable. And it's not like we can proc it from underneath. That is blowing my mind. How would you get up there? Wow, what a mystery. I honestly have no idea. We can't mount in here either, and you couldn't fly up to it on a mount. Oh, maybe we can just jump onto it from the barrel. It might be a thing to get to it just from this. No, it's too high. It's too high. We need like an intermediary step. Can we jump onto the poles or the post somehow? We jump onto that tree? No, that tree doesn't have collision. There's nothing on the slope. There's no collision on the gate. Oh god, I'm getting really sidetracked here. I want it! I want it so bad! Oh my lord. Okay, anyway, alright, look. So the new... Oh, here, maybe this person can demonstrate. This is not how I thought... Wait, did you just... Oh, okay. I seriously thought they got up there for a second. That is too far of a jump. There's an invisible barrier, which, by the way, they don't usually play around with invisible barriers. So that immediately is a tip-off to me that this side is not the answer, because, like, I thought I'd clamber over the top. But if you're hugging the edge of an invisible barrier, there's just no way. Alright, I'm going to show you the skill. I'm going to show it to you. I need Sid's dad to help me get there. Oh my god, finally the memes about Sid's dad we can just be open about. Yeah. Well, kind of. So, yeah, in fact, very soon, in fact, guys, they're going to start talking about Sid's dad in this story here in ARR. And it's a funny thing because it's like... Oh, there we go. Let's get the ambience on. It doesn't come back again for ages, but I got obsessed that it was going to be a thing. Anyway, so what's the one skill that I unlocked? Well, we have our auto attack chain, we have the AoE, we have the stun, we have the DPS buff, we have the stance that increases our enmity, we have a really big tank ability that you can only use every 2 minutes. This hasn't unlocked yet. It's a follow-up AoE. No, it's not a follow-up AoE. Is that an OGCD? Every 30 seconds? Oh, I'm really excited about that. Potency of... Wait, but it's a low potency. Oh, but it's a dot up. Oh, cool. So it's an AoE that will dot everything, so I can use it first. Okay, anyway, the ability that we got was this. Shield Lob. Delivers a ranged attack with a potency of 100. And additionally, it increases enmity. So we already get a bit of enmity, threat, aggro, by just attacking things. But here, we get even more. So when I get forced out to range, I can now do things. And running through a dungeon's a lot like this, okay? It's going to be throwing a shield on that, throwing a shield as we run through, throwing a shield on that. They're all dying, though. But basically, you throw the shields on all of them and sprint past. That's the idea. And this is one of the things where auto-lock isn't too good, which is why I have this button here to disable it. But yeah, so we can just throw the shield, and it's a pretty good range. As you'll see, I'll throw one at that ladybug. The maximum range is like around here. It's not bad. Obviously, provoke is also ranged. So what we can do is we can throw a shield, immediately provoke in the OGCD, and then throw another shield. So you can kind of do a triple aggro really quick, which is very useful because quite often in dungeons, like a pack of enemies will be 3 targets. So anyway, this is a huge part of my kit, a huge part. We needed to do the quests to actually unlock it. The other thing, though, and so let's jump on in now, I guess. Did anyone make it up there? No? Imagine doing this jump, this puzzle. He's going straight to the gate. Oh, you can climb on the gate. Wait, is that what he's doing there? Is he on the... Holy sh... By the way, jumping in this game versus Guild Wars is a lot trickier and I think a lot more satisfying when it comes to jumping puzzles because you can't change your trajectory in midair. So you're stuck with whatever you aimed for and it's very, very tricky. He says, and then run and jump. What, from that little post? This was not planned, by the way. This was not meant to be in this episode. But it's fine. Okay, so in terms of full progress through the story, I'm feeling pretty good at the moment. Okay, so I actually really liked the wine and cheese arc. I had a comment from one of you guys saying, hey, WP, I shouldn't have sprinted first, should I? Well, I can't even get on the gate anymore. Saying, oh, I hope you like the wine and cheese arc. A lot of people just sort of don't get it, basically, was the argument. And I could sort of see that. I think you might have a point. I quite liked that. Maybe it was because being around the Costa del Sol was, like, nice environments. I like the sea, I like the beach, you know, I like the jungly areas. I thought that was all quite cool. What I will say, though, is the last episode in Kurthus, I didn't enjoy very much. I don't know how you guys felt watching through that episode, but to me, the Kurthus stuff was a dragon. A dragon? It was a dragon. There were dragons. No, it was a drag. And it was basically, are you a heretic? No. But you're a heretic. No. But you're a heretic. Wait, I'm the heretic. That's basically the story. And it went on for far too long. Why can I not do a single jump now? What's going on? What did I do before? I just jumped onto this, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Then, God, why do I suck at this now? I'm just sliding off. So the Kurthus thing wasn't too good. But, guys, we're, I sort of took stock. I've known what my plan is this whole time. But I took real stock. And I've realised we're kind of near the end now. I know that sounds crazy, but listen, in the last quest when we were in Kurthus, in the last episode when we were in Kurthus, the last arc, we did about 25 quests in that one episode. My plan for today is only about 10 quests. It's only about 10 quests till we deal with the Garuda thing. This is wild. Am I doing something different? There's clearly a barrier there. I'm going to go straight to the gate. Was that what I was doing before? Straight to the gate? Oh, that was totally what I was doing. Let's just go straight to the gate. But I was up against the edge. Beginner's luck, maybe? On something really annoying and tricky? Okay, there we go. How did he get onto that, though? Jump on the door directly. This is what I did. Yeah, okay. Oh, my God, he's there. Oh, I missed it, though. How did he do it? From rail to the gate, and then from the lower gate to lower gate. Oh, really? Like over here? We can really just do that? Holy crap, you can. Oh my God, it wasn't even that hard. Okay, slash lookout, our first one, finally. It doesn't look powered up now. Pray, I'm praying for you to proc. Please proc. It's not doing it. Oh, what is this feature? No, I just cheered. Everyone in game's going to think that I got it, but I did not get it. What does he want me to do with this? Around Reborn. Look, there's not even many, guys. We've found a lot of these. Is it possible half the ones we've seen haven't actually unlocked? It says it has to be fair weather, 8 AM to noon. So it's just the wrong time, again. So it's got to be fair weather in the morning for this. My favouriteest place is where I can see the falling water. There's a secret path that only I know. I snuck out of bed to go there last night. Mum and Dad made me promise I wouldn't climb up there anymore. You won't tell them, will you? Such were the little boy's words, and I would see as he saw. Oh my God. Alright, well there you go. We're cursed with those, apparently. Cursed. I didn't give you a single one. Alright, listen, so, yeah, I got Paladin. I got Gladiator finished. Now, we can upgrade. So, it wasn't about pit fighting at all, by the way. It's one of those weird things where it's like, why did they name it Gladiator, whatever, okay? But what we can do now is we can go back to the Gladiators Guild, and with the quest finished, we can collect this quest from reception that will give us another one of these special strange artifacts in which we can commune with the memories of some long-lost person. A job stone. We can get the soul of the Paladin. So we can finally upgrade. And we immediately get a skill with it as well. Spirits Within, which looks like an off-global cooldown ability. So we can weave it in. And it does a pretty big hit. And it's every 30 seconds as well. Warrior gets an ability a bit like this. I think it's called Upheaval. Is that the one? Anyway, Lulutsu wishes to share with you some exciting news. Oh, there you are, Tremor. Perfect timing. I've just heard a juicy bit of gossip that I know you're going to be interested in. Apparently, and remember, you heard this first from me, the Salt and Sworn Elite are sharing the secret skills of training and of paladins. Incredible, I know. The Salt and Sworn have an exclusive monopoly on the instruction of paladin skills. Once upon a time, if you weren't one of those officer track elites, then you had no chance to learn the arts, and competition to get to the top was very fierce indeed, let me tell you. But anyone who's had to join had to swear an oath of fealty to the Uldan Sultanate, which meant no more adventuring, no more daring do, and no more Colosseum. Just languishing about in the palace all day, polishing plate mail. That's why this news is so big. Now anyone with a bit of commitment can learn the skills of a paladin, and no memorizing the 55 commandments of the Sworn or any other nonsense either. This is a golden, no, a platinum opportunity that comes but once in a lucky adventurer's lifetime. Let this slip through your fingers, and regret will be your just desserts. You need to go to the Royal Promenade in the Hustings Strip. Find the captain of the Salt and Sworn Elite. Genelsins is his name, and tell him how you're just dying to become a paladin. Okay. I can do that. So we're going back up to the Royal Palace. Oh my god, do you know what, guys? In the other episode, I saw those guys up there guarding the entrance, and they looked amazing, and they looked like paladins, and I said, oh my god. But obviously they weren't near the guild or anything. Is that literally where we get the quests? It tends to be your job quests you do in a different place to where the class quests were. So like Thaumaturgy, there's a Thaumaturgist guild here. There. We actually haven't unlocked the Aetheryte. But then there's a whole other area in town for the Black Mages. Similar thing here, I guess. Are we going to be up there then? So the Chamber of Rule, really? Wow. This area here with the red carpet always feels like such a distant, far away place to me that I spend very little time. Oh look, there's another one. Okay, is that one active? People are going to look at this and say this was the worst part of the Let's Play. It's just bagging the episodes down. Alright, Janelsons, hello. So we're not going to do this whole storyline, obviously, but we are going to start it at least, just like we did the Moogle quest. I'll give you guys a little tease as to what it's like, and then obviously you can go play it yourself, or if it's amazing in some way. Currently, the only job quests that I'm planning on doing is Dragoon, because Dragoon is like, I would go so far as to say it's basically main storyline for the first expansion. It's huge. The Dragoon stuff is just mental. Monk stuff is very good as well, but I don't think I'll do it. Yeah, so, you know, if you guys want to see a lot of this stuff, I don't view this Let's Play as playing the entire game for you, you know. It is all under the free trial, and it doesn't take much to get it on Steam. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see. Yes, I am a member of the Sultan Sworn Elite and servant to the Uldan Sultanate. Unless my instincts deceive me, you have come to inquire about training as a paladin. If so, I would have your name, good sir. Well, I'm Tremor, hi. Tremor, a fine name. Thank you. I bid you welcome and salute your noble resolve. But if you aspire to paladinhood, you should understand what it means. A paladin swears allegiance to the Sultanate. A paladin shall be the sword and shield of the Sultanate. A paladin depends upon the people of the realm. Sellswords and gladiators and others of their ilk wield their blades for themselves, but a paladin serves the greater good. Do you understand me? The battle arts that the paladin learns have been held secret, nurtured, and perfected within the ranks of the Sultan Sworn Elite for nigh on these 600 years. All of those sworn to protect the Sultanate, the soldiers, the mounted guards, and the knights, we are the elite of the elite. Our conviction unwavering, our hearts true. Our sword skills without peer. But the glory of the Sultan Sworn, well, much of it is buried in the past now. Our brotherhood grows smaller by the year. We are a shadow of what we once were, and the Sultana turns to sellswords to defend her palace. All this because of one traitor. No, because of oh god, I'm liking this immediately. I'm like, I want to play all. Because of a blot of dishonor left by one who shall not be named. And because of him, we have been forced to seek the help of able-bodied adventurers. And here you are. We shall instruct you in the paladin military arts. You will not be inducted into the Sultan Sworn, but serve as a free paladin. However, I first will show you that both the sword and heart have metal, and you are worthy of the honor. Sorry, he wants me to show me that my sword and heart have metal? In the ruins of the south of Little Alamigo, you will find an iron brazier. Light it, and the undead nearby will be drawn to the flame. Slay these monsters, and give their hearts to the fire. Return and present me their ashes as proof of your deeds. Now, would-be paladin, show me the metal in your heart and the steel in your blade. Okay. You can do that. It seems pretty basic. We have that Aethernet shard. Alright, so Paladin's Pledge. What's this about a traitor? Was that recently there was a traitor because you couldn't become a paladin in 1.0? WP Job Quest is YouTube member exclusive content. I mean, look, I'm not opposed to that. I think that could be quite cool. That's exactly the kind of thing that I think is a good idea. The only downside, and the actual reason that I'm not putting it in the main LP, is Final Fantasy XIV is a massive, massive, massive game. And we've got so much to play. For this, it's literally a question of... no plans right now, because we're already jam-packed. But maybe, yeah. And in fact, I've continued looking into that, and I think I've figured some things out, and I'll probably have an announcement video for people coming up soon. So I went the wrong way. Immediately started headed towards the exit to the map, I guess. I don't know why my instinct was to go over there. I like this place during the fog, though. So these ruins. There's quite a few quests here, I think. I thought we'd be in a cave or something. All right, let's interact. So we light the flame. Skeletons come. We AoE them. Actually, there's only 2, so it's probably better. Just beat them up. Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of help there. Oh, and there's a couple more. A wandering mage. Are you a skeleton? I mean, he looks grey, but is that because he's undead, or is it because he's a Rogadin? Just another reason why I find the Rogadin so ugly in this game. Okay. So, here we have the Ashkin hearts. Shriveled hearts removed from the lifeless husks of 3 forsaken souls who were, until recently, undead. You got an active log close to here for another hour. Game time. Oh, really? Oh, so if we'd been slightly different with our timing, we could have actually got a sightseeing log here. If you are... Who's this? I bet this is the traitor. If you are in this place searching for the undead, then you must be a petitioner seeking the secrets of Paladin arts. Look, it is a Rogadin with grey skin. Look! But make no mistake, simply learning Paladin swordplay does not make you a Paladin. By the way, I'm almost guaranteeing you guys that this armor you're looking at here we can wear. It might have been the case that the Elezen Bard we saw in the Bard quest yesterday, it might be the case that he, whatever he was wearing, I never noticed it. That might be Bard armor. Simply learning Paladin swordplay does not make you a Paladin, nor does the armor you wear, or the status you claim. I am just another aging, free Paladin, but you would do well to heed my counsel. Strike off the shackles that bind your spirit. Lift the visor that blinds, and find the true path of the Paladin. Here you will be returning to the captain, yes? Then give him this crystal. And he's smiling weirdly. It's odd music in this cutscene. Then you will use that sword. The way you use that sword reminds me of a man I used to know. Mine eyes may be old, but they can see the truth well enough. A paladin be strong and true. Be a paladin strong and true. Devote yourself to the way and become a beacon of light. I'm like treating the dialogue in this series like jazz. Have you guys noticed that? I'm just swapping the order of the words, throwing words in there, reading the wrong words. I mean, I'm getting the gist across. My brain seems to have clicked into this mode where I can be very lazy and quick about how I'm reading it. And it's like someone said last time. You meant the log is still active for another... Oh! We slide casted the teleport. I tried to move to cancel the teleport. Oh, God. All right, well, that one's in the bin as well. We will get one, I swear. Yeah, the Chamber of Rule. We've never been to the Alchemist Guild either. I like the idea of doing botany and alchemy. I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West at the moment, and Kerry is super annoyed with me because she does all the stealth stuff and she can do 1,000 damage one-shotting things, but I'm pissing about with the survivor tree and the alchemy tree and the food stuff. I'm spending all my skill points on these weird things. But I like that stuff in game. You know, when I played Oblivion and a little bit Skyrim, I was all about gathering the ingredients and using the mortars and pestles and the alembics and so on. Genlins. Face the undead monsters who infest the ruins south of Little Alamigo in southern Thunland. Defeat them and return with proof of your deed. Well, guess what? I have done that. We have 3 Ashkin hearts. Yes, that's what I needed. Proof that you've defeated the undead. You have shown that your heart is true and your sword has metal. I have no doubt that you will prove to be an attentive pupil. That is, well, for there is much to learn. First and foremost is this. You are a paladin now, a custodian of traditions, ancient and noble. A free paladin has no master. Instead, he travels all lands, and in every place takes up the cause of the unarmed and the defenseless. You swear fealty not to a lord, but to yourself. You are nobility amongst adventurers. You have taken your first steps on a new path, and you have earned the right to bear this, the soul of the paladin. Upon its surface are carved the deeds of paladins Oh, multiple paladins of eras past. He who bears it commands the respect of all knights of honor. Bahamut's Fang, you already possess a crystal? And you say it was given to you by an unknown free paladin, who told you to hand it to me? Where is this crystal of which you speak? I demand you show it to me at once. The strange yet beautiful runes have been carved upon the surface of this otherwise normal-looking crystal. Oh, I'm interested. There's like 2 mysteries here. Who's the guy? Why did he have a crystal? Who's the traitor? Curse him. He has made a mockery of the trial. That crystal you bear is indeed the soul of the paladin, but it is disgraced, impure. It was stolen from the Sultan Sworn. The man who gave you this soul is a very traitor whom I have been seeking these many moons. He's an oath-breaker who bent the knee to the Yuldan Sultanate and who swore allegiance to the Sultan Sworn, but then single-handedly sullied our name and trampled it underfoot until it was lost, perhaps forever. How dare he give counsel on honor or the Paladin way? There I was a bit jazzed. I said on instead of or. Sorry, or instead of on. The soul is polluted and I must dispose of it. When you come to wield your sword as a paladin, the only soul you may wear is that which is bestowed a captain of the Sultan Sworn. That traitor is no Sultan Sworn, still less a captain. By giving you a soul, he insulted not only the Brotherhood, but you too. Perhaps an adventurer like yourself finds our rules nothing more than a nuisance, but through reigns long and short, our forebears in the Sultan Sworn have persevered its rituals and traditions, and we are duty-bound to uphold them, even if men and women within our own ranks scorn them as relics. It has been my fate. This is like watching the king get coronated, you know. It's like, what is all this archaic nonsense? It has been my fate to be named captain of the Sultan Sworn in these troubled times. Though I did not ask for this honor, I have bent my knee to the Sultana and sworn freely, fealty, and I will fight to restore our honor and name. You wield a skilled blade, and more importantly, you have met the traitor face to face. Your task as your great task as a paladin will be to help me bring him to justice. You must ready yourself, marshal your resources, and hone your skills until the time comes when you are able to discharge your duty. The journey will be long, but you are a paladin now, and honor binds you. Oh my god, he just kept going, didn't he? Alright, thank you. He just said the same thing in like 4 different ways in a row. Alright, there you go. Paladin unlocked. What is the mystery of the traitor and the strange crystal we have? So do we have the traitor's crystal then? I would say, oh, there might be like a Dark Knight arc, but that's its own class, guys, associated with the next expert. And it's a really weird story. The next Paladin quest will be available at level 35. So, yeah, can I just point out, you have to beat the main storyline of the equivalent level. So our MSQ right now... What the hell? Well, it's not popping here. Why is my log, like, empty? Oh, there we go. Oh, it was because I was toggled onto complete. Okay. No, but... No, I want to be on current. Oh, we just literally... okay, I've got a little story to tell you guys, actually, about that. Okay, let's go back to Camp Drybone, I think it is that I need to be. Yeah, oh my god, what was I going to say? Something about Dark Knight. And then something about Paladin. Oh my god, I was in the middle of some anecdote. Okay, so the MSQ, alright. Oh, yeah, I remember now. The MSQ, you unlock every 5 levels of the MSQ. So our current MSQ is level 41. So we're doing level 30 quests. So there's only 2 more class quests I can do right now, is what I'm trying to say to you guys. There's only 2 anyway that have unlocked, because they unlock quite slowly as you progress the MSQ. When you get to the expansions, it's 10 levels per expansion. So basically the class quests become every 2 levels, because it's 5 per. That probably sounds ridiculous. But basically, at level 52, you get 1, and then 54, 56, 58, 60. 5 new quests, basically. Right, okay, now as for the MSQ, it's not in here. Where is it? It's up there. So, for the gladiator quests, I made a little snafu. I had a gladiator quest right here. And I saw a quest objective, and I ran for it, and I pressed interact, and the guy had like 1 line of dialogue, and I was like, what? How is that related to the gladiator quest? And I clicked, and it went ding, and I realized I had progressed the main story. Whoopsie. Yeah, just by complete coincidence, both the Gladiator quest and the main story had me at Camp Drybone, and I just clicked the wrong icon. So I did speak to someone down here, and they basically thought it was you've literally missed like 7 words. They basically said, oh, go up the hill. And I was like, oh, whoops. So anyway, but that completed the quest. So we now need to collect our new one from over here. This is called Sealed with Silence. And remember, so the main so let's get into it now. I have no idea where this actually is, to be honest. Is it down the cliff? I didn't see anyone down there. No. Is it in some kind of mad crypt or something? There's not a massive crypt underneath the church. I'm sure of that. So remember, the story right now is Garuda has been... So I've got a bit of critique about the story, actually, for you all. Hey, and we just got gifted some memberships. Thank you very much, John Sellers. That's lovely, man. Yeah, there have been some changes with the YouTube membership. Well, one thing at a time. Okay, a bit of a critique about the story. What is the story right now? Everyone died and got attacked, which is pretty serious. Minfilia has been captured and we know is alive. And we could, in theory, free and break out. Instead, Alphino comes to us and says, well, we got to still deal with Garuda. So instead of doing anything to help the captured Scions in the last episode, instead of reflecting on the situation with the Scions in any way, Alphino just ignores all of that and says, let's go deal with Garuda. And so we go for the airship, and we have no idea where the airship is. We have no idea how we can really fight Garuda. We have no idea of anything at all. And so basically there are 2 crises. There's saving our friends, and there's Garuda. Neither of which we have a clue about with either of them. So they're both even. We could pick either of them. And Alphino just kind of ignores our suffering friends and goes for Garuda. And so there have been some really cool comments. If you go back to the last episode of this Let's Play, where people are saying, look, this is a terrible bit of the story. Alphino comes across terrible here. Because it's like, what the hell is going on? We just don't care about our friends. We're just fucking about. And it kind of does feel like we're just fucking about in a way, right? Like, we didn't know where the airship was. We didn't know when we found it if it would be okay. We didn't know whether the Curthans would even show us to it in the end. We just went on a whim. So if we're going to go on a whim, shouldn't it be to help Minfilia and co? Is kind of the argument. Now, Cid is a part of that storyline as well, and you could try to equally blame Cid, but Cid's lost all of his memory, so he's exempt here. He's fine. So then we look at Alphino. So how do we defend this if we're going to? Well, I think there are 2 defenses, maybe. Not that I think it's my job to defend this. I think it's pretty rough as well. I think it's a badly written arc, because they don't even mention any of the stuff with Minfilia. This stuff should have been on screen, really. When it comes to Guild Wars and stuff isn't on screen, I'm always like, oh, they didn't have the budget for it or the time for it or whatever. They didn't want to bag the story down because they want it to feel like a blockbuster, whatever. But this game, there is no excuse. There is hours and hours and hours of getting given the runaround and getting wanked off until finally you get to your objective. Any of that dialogue could have talked about this. So I think it's bad writing that they didn't even mention it, right? But what I would say is, 1, maybe we need to take the primals as very serious threats. And as sad as it is, we have to deal with Garuda. Maybe there's some urgency, and that's what Alphino's thinking. And secondly, Alphino's not like super best friends with these guys. He's an associate. He doesn't hang out the whole time at the Waking Sands. As far as I've seen in the story here, I don't think he's like super chummy with them. So, you know, for him, maybe it really is a thing of, okay, sorry about that, but we've got to deal with the primals. So that's kind of what I think is going on there a little bit. But, you know, they should have talked about it. They should have, somewhere in the dialogue. And if these are valid justifications, we should have heard them come from Alphino's mouth. So, yeah, right, so the storyline is we needed to fight Garuda. We needed an airship. But the other issue is that Garuda's got this massive, like, swirling vortex around it. that defends it, and we need to find a way to fly the airship into that vortex. So the Garuda section is kind of split into 2 arcs. The first one in Kurthus to get the airship, and now there's this arc to deal with the Aether to break through the vortex. And my memory of this bit of A Realm Reborn was really long and really slow and really tedious. I have to say, though, guys, it's not. Like I say, the Kurthus stuff was 25 quests. We only have 10 to do today. So you might notice I've been meandering and chatting a bit more. It's because I feel quite free, to be honest, today. There's no rush at all. Lambertaint. Hello. Speaking of 10 quests, let's get on into it then, I guess. And yeah, I'll just say, guys, there's only 2 episodes left of ARR, base ARR. We're going to beat Garuda, and then in the next episode will be the final quests, and then in the finale will be like the final missions. I'm just going to use the word mission for now. The big grand, the climax of the whole game will be after, and that's it. That's ARR done. Base ARR. Professor Lambertaint is about to show you something you will never forget. Hello. I swear we were talking to this guy before. So rare it is to find a fellow intellectuals in this region. 'Tis even rarer to find one capable of comprehending the nature of the corrupted crystals. Come to think of it, there was another, a hermit, to whom the church had given sanctuary. Curious fellow, unsociable, rather daft at first impression, yet possessed of amazing affinity toward the scientific pursuits. Yeah, we know, that's Sid, we've got him. But to the matter at hand, did you say you wish not to conduct field observations, but to harvest a corrupted crystal? Egads, man! At least take the necessary precautions so that you do not suffer from exposure to its harmful energies. I'm beginning to wonder if you have sufficient qualifications to handle such hazardous materials. Still, your ignorance is somehow endearing. I like that quote. Luckily for you, I have precisely the means by which these inherent dangers may be averted. Simply store the crystal you seek within this warded pot to protect yourself from its deleterious effects. Though I suppose you will be bombarded with its energies until you place it within the vessel. Well, perhaps it shall motivate you to work quickly. In any case, take the pot to Hasahako, a student of mine, monitoring the flow of Aether at Highbridge. Explain it to him, your quest, and he shall instruct you in the finer points of crystal harvesting. Okay, that is not the same merchant guy from before, is it? I really hope it's not the same guy. By the way, speaking of, well, not speaking of anything, actually, we need to equip the Soul Crystal. Here we go. Gladiator upgrades to Paladin. What's going on with my skills? Oh, there we go. Okay. By hitting transfer, they change. Yeah, so we're a Paladin now, and there's basically no reason to stay as a Gladiator. I believe one of you guys mentioned in the comments at some point that it's worth staying as a Marauder, I think, on some balance patch in the past. There was some reason why being a Marauder instead of a Warrior was good for a little bit. But yeah, most of this stuff got removed. We already did the whole chat about it. I will say another one of you guys had a really cool long comment. One of you guys is commenting, alright, with actually really cool insights about 1.0 and stuff. Sorry, about ARR and stuff. But you don't use punctuation. So they're really difficult to read. Like, there's no full stops. It's just like one long run on sentence. That's a bit of a tongue twister there. So anyway, basically, the idea being that a lot of it was streamlined just because of PlayStation 3 and 4, I guess. Is this out on PS5 now? Is that what the Dawn Trail thing did? Put it on PS5? Basically, the game is limited to 3 skill bars. So it's very playable on controller. Because basically, you get the buttons, and then you hold a modifier, and you get these buttons. And then you hold a different trigger, and you get these buttons. And release it, and you get these buttons. And then the third trigger, and you can get a third bar, basically. Something like that. Maybe there's some merit to that as well. Maybe. That could be a good point. Oh, man, I'm back here. Seriously, this is where the Gladiator quest ends. Oh, it's this guy! It is a view, isn't it, my friend? Oh my god, he's so short. Look at him. We're at least triple the height of that Lalafell. Well, maybe not quite triple, but nearly. How many times must I be made to explain myself? I am not contemplating suicide, you imbecile. I have chosen this precise position to perform scientific measurements. Alright. I'm sorry, I was just asking if you were okay. We're getting photobombed by the bomb again now. We're getting photobombed. Hey? A simple clay plot that has been treated on the inside with a special alchemical sealant. There we go. Oh my god, these memberships, guys. Derveg upgraded to full membership. Nightly Winter gifted 5. Thank you, guys. Oh my god. Caddy with $5. Hey WP, loving the stream and your previous FF Let's Plays. But don't forget to go equip that delicious piece of blue raspberry candy you just earned. Wait, I just earned a bit of delicious blue raspberry candy? Oh, you mean the soul? Yeah, okay, I remember. Yes, sorry. Yeah, I got it. We should have a look at our skills as well and our traits. What have we here? A containment vessel? Why, this is the handiwork of Professor Lambertaint. You thieving knave! I shall come for the... Oh, you say the man himself lent it to you. Then you must have sought me out per his instruction, which means he believes me experienced enough to expound upon his explanations. At last, the recognition I so rightly deserve. Right. All this gear is weaker than what we're wearing. I need to remember, though, that they're useful as skins. Like, we should be wearing actual heavy armor now. I mean, next episode, what I might do, guys, is between this episode and next, I might max out Bard and... Well, no, but we can't max them out till we're level 50. We can't get the class stuff until the MSQ is at level 50. So, yeah, that's not a plan. Anyway, I have another plan for classes. We'll deal with it in a bit. Okay, so he's trying very hard to contain his excitement and is failing. Oh, frabjous day! Callooh, Calais! That I should be chosen to guide this man. Yes, I, Hattasako, greatest of Professor Lambertain's pupils, shall see that you successfully query your query. Is this guy going to be an imbecile and, like, really bad at his job and lead us astray? Your timing is impeccable, in fact, for I was just preparing to procure corrupted crystals from the burning wall for my personal research. There, the devastating destruction caused by the calamity has blessed us with a bounty of sublime specimens. But something tells me that naught but a perfect peace will satisfy your high standards, in which case you must needs descend to the deepest depths. Amidst the flowing waters and the murderous Myronites lies the most fantastic formation I have found thus far. Take this highly advanced researcher's tool and use it to separate a small fragment from the large cluster. Place it within the warded pot and bear it back to me for inspection. The path which leads from Burgundy Falls to the base of the burning wall is treacherous and terrifying, but advance with appropriate caution, and you shall survive. You shall surely survive. Okay. So we're going to go to a place called the Burning Wall now. This is a new area. It's an area I kind of have memories of from ARR. Because of leveling there, weirdly enough. I don't know what possessed me to do this and to want to do this. But there are some interesting little, like, enemies there. Some of them are like pals from Pal World. Oh my god, is that an S-rank Cont? Maze. He's big and scary. It's a giant black curl. Bit worried about that. I kind of get Dark Aeon vibes from these, when they're like big scary variants of regular enemies, but they're recolored in some cool way. Do you know what I mean? I mean, Dark Aeons weren't just recolored. They had a whole texture changes and stuff. The thing that always I remember about the texture changes is Dark Anima's broken pendant. Oh my god, I can't wait to see Anima in this game. I hope it's good. I hope they do Dark Anima as well, somehow, in the same fight. Oh, hey, check it out. Look, this thing, this Gossamer. Look at this. Isn't this an amazing mob? Oh my god. So, this is like, there's a POW in POW. Is it called Jolt Hog? That's what this makes me think of. He's so cool. He won't fight us unless we sink into the fate, so we can skip. But I remember grinding these enemies. I don't know. I really don't know why. But I remember grinding them to level. I mean, is there a chance that this MSQ is going to ask me? So anyway, we got to get to those crystals. Now, when you have a flying mount, you can just fly over there, and it kind of takes the magic away a bit. We, though, have to go through this cave behind this waterfall. And up through that corridor there, which, by the way, I actually think that looks pretty good as a screenshot there. Somewhat, maybe. I don't know. Kazakcha! This is a friendly Amalja. The people of this land would kill me for no more than my Amalja skin, and so I must remain here in hiding. But the day will come when I shall fulfill my purpose, the destiny of both my forebears and myself. But only through patience and prudence now will I live to see that day. So, a little spoiler, he's a part of the Black Mage storyline. You recruit a bunch of these beast tribes in the Black Mage storyline. they're all great black mages, but they're from different, like, societies. So you get an Emolja guy, you get an Ixal guy, I think you get a Sahagin as well. I only did it a couple of months ago. What does this guy have to say about the Burning Wall? A rolling stone, such as yourself, will surely find some business in common with a fellow called Floating Stone, if you would so but speak to the miner. You know about quartz doblins? Didn't expect you to. They're only found in the most dangerous reaches of Thanlan. The tighter goblin they are, they're just kind of crunchier. Oh yeah, they eat crystals, you know. And around these parts, there's a king's feast to be had. Maybe the doblins grow pure, clear quartz right in their bodies. Think you can get some for me? Yeah, you'll notice there's no, like, confirmation prompt when you accept a side quest. But you see, that side quest is level 40, so this is quite a high level area. Look at this. It's gorgeous, the way it's glowing back there. Or it was glowing. Do they pulse? The music's quite nice here as well. Let's turn it up. What's this song called? It's called Fleeting Rays. So those enemies we just heard, they're Mirror Knights, those birdie things. Now you'll recognize those. I was talking about the Fly Eyes, the Arimans from Hawk Manor, how they're basically exactly like the Fly Eyes from 10. Well, look, these are like the Mirror Knights from 12. Sorry, these are like the... There's loads of variant. They reuse this mob a lot in 12. This exact, like, skeleton model. There's a huge amount of that in 14. Basically, from all their 3D games, you can see they're repurposing and, like... It's not the exact same textures and stuff. They've clearly bumped it up, but it's the exact same concept. And it's all very familiar. But yeah, so here are these Mirror Knights. We got to get past them and deep in. Obviously, we could just chocobo through this, but where's the fun in that? All right, he's attacking us. So let's see our new button, I guess. I didn't slot it. Damn it. All right, we'll turn it on in a second. Let's put our stance on, because why not? I like the stance icon here for Paladin. It's kind of nice. Also, let's go to our pouch and let's summon Topaz. Topaz needs some good leveling, I have to say. And he's barely got any skill points or anything. So let's see. So skills. What's the full Paladin suite of skills? Oh my god. Wow, there's 6 flip over buttons. Supplication, Sepulchre, Blade of Faith, Blade of Honor, Blade of Valor, Blade of Truth, Passage of Arms, Intervene, Intervention, Divine Veil, Hallowed Ground. This one we saw already. Okay, so Shelltron reduces damage taken by 15%. It only lasts 4 seconds, and it cools down in 5. Weird, that's a strange button. So I spam it. But it costs some kind of currency. It costs the Oath Gauge. So there'll be like a mechanic, I guess, that we get the Oath Gauge. Later it upgrades to Holy Shelltron. There's also this button, Cover. Take all damage intended for another party member, as long as said party member remains close to you. Oh, that is cool. Oh, okay, this. Okay, so I was reading on the FF14 discussion subreddit. There is a new fight that came out, okay? If you watch my Final Fantasy VI Let's Play, there's a summon in that called Valor Garlemald, and they just released that as a boss in this game. I have no idea the story of it or anything, right? And I'm actually very curious about it because... Well, I won't even go down there. That would be kind of spoilery, I guess. But so basically... in that fight, they have a really cool tank mechanic. I alluded to it in the last episode, where the tank has to take a hit and a giant explosion of fire, like, cones out behind them, and the whole party has to hide in the cone. But these mechanics where, like, people have to gather around the tank who actually absorbs the blow is amazing. This skill, I think, used to get used a lot in some of the early raids. But the only class... I've played the other tanks. Well, I haven't played Gunbreaker. They don't have a button like this. This is super cool. So if someone else is getting tank busted, you could go stand next to them. So in the discussion, they were proposing a mechanic for the game where, you know, there's like tank busters, massive hits going on the tanks. What if there were like mage busters, where someone on your back line, it's essentially the same thing, big giant arrow, and a big hit's coming, so you've got to be careful, but it's just slightly recolored. It's a mage buster, it goes on the back line, and the idea is that the tank or the off tank has to run over and absorb the blow. I think that's really cool. That's like a very, very cool kind of like idea. And the Valor Garlemald fight kind of does it a bit. I guess this class kind of sort of has it as a bit of a mechanic. I don't know. As far as I know, on the other tanks, all I get is like a bit of a damage mitigation I can throw on people. Nothing too amazing. So, I didn't unlock any skills. We have to do all of its quests, I guess, to get skills. One bard, we got a song straight away. Oh no, I did get one skill. This one. Spirits Within. Okay, we're going to get rid of the Paris. Well, no, we won't get rid of it because it was very expensive and I'm very appreciative of it. I'm going to put it on F because that's usually where it is for me, a skill like this. I don't know what it'll look like. Should we hit this golden fleece and see? Oh my god, I got a real cough. Sorry, guys. Oh, we like slam our blade in and there's like a weird goopy black. It didn't look very paladin-y, to be honest to me. I actually think this game's awful with like the class theming of skills and stuff. Like, look at my skill bar right now. It's just a multicolored mess. Look at how good Guild Wars is. You know, if you're playing a warrior, they're all on like that golden theme. If you're Mesmer, they're all that pinky purple. It's really good in Guild Wars. You feel the class through the icons. This game is just a shit show with its icons. It's terrible. Some areas of the UI they did okay, but most of it feels very old, very janky, very out of date, and with not much thought gone into it. And to be honest, I would recolor all of the icons and tweak them, but then it ain't the Mona Lisa, to give a quote from the Janthea Wilds playthrough. For those of you who might have heard me talking about that, you know. It feels like it's a step too far at that point. You know, it's one thing to add ambient occlusion and try and make it look nice and a bit of depth of field. It's another to fully add new ideas. So we're going to get down there somehow. I cannot jump. Do we just have to keep spiraling? This is like climbing Mount Gagazet. Except without the side chests. Like, what's the way down? That thing looks really creepy there as well. The music stopped, so let's put the sounds of the waterfalls and stuff back. I don't know. I guess we go back around and try the other branch over here. Like on the minimap, I can see this branch. So maybe it's here. I think this is probably it. So yeah, a couple of people became members. So I am going to go ahead with the exclusive content thing. One of the things is I've always wanted to do it on Patreon anyway, but I felt like I shouldn't because I don't make enough content, and making content that only a few people will see doesn't feel very good. Oh god, are we synced into this because we're not too high level? We are. Alright, here we go. So let's see. After showing absolutely no signs that they were any more than twisted masses of metal, debris fallen from Garlemald, 5 summers past, is coming to life and brutally attacking those unfortunate enough to come across the inorganic creatures. One of these mirror knights, as the people call them, has been sighted destroying a farmstead nearby. Alright, the Big Bagoli theory is what this is. Here we go, let's try this big animation again. Ready? Spirits Within. Oh, it's like an animation on me, actually. That's so weird. So yeah. However, so I've always wanted to do exclusive content. However, it felt like it was too distant. It would have been buried in a list in another website that only some people can see. Didn't feel good. However, if I do YouTube member stuff, it's there and obvious to everyone always, no matter what video they're watching. Or you just browse my channel and you see, oh, WP's active, he's doing stuff. Also, those videos, I don't have to worry about viewership, so I can do anything. I can have fun and go back to old projects and just literally make cool shit and not worry about whether it's a bad look for the channel to get no views or whatever. And I know that's ironic since we've just done the Zeus series or whatever, but there you go. So I like the idea. I can do member exclusive content and then I could just duplicate upload it to people on Patreon. So everybody wins. If you follow me on Patreon, you get the exclusive stuff now, which I haven't been doing for years. And I have a reason to actually get members into YouTube. So there is one final thing to that, though, which is that Patreon, I'm on the founder's contract. Sorry if this is all very boring, guys. But this playthrough happens to have overlapped with a scary moment in my life. So there's going to be talk about this kind of shit, I guess. But so Patreon, I'm on the founder's contract because I've been on there for years, which means they take to get very real here for a second, they take a 5% cut. If you follow me on Patreon, 5% of your money goes into that company's pockets. And that might feel, oh, that sucks. But actually, it's not too bad. That's the best possible deal you can ever get on Patreon, the 5% cut. Most people, if they join new campaigns, Patreon's like taking 20%, 30%, 45%. Patreon takes a lot more for people on the new contracts. But I got grandfathered in because I've been on the website for a while. So it's amazing, really. And that's why I've always said, if you want to support me, please go to that website. Patreon's really good. YouTube, on the other hand, if I create... So you guys are becoming members, right? YouTube takes 30%. They just straight up... And I'm not going to be able to negotiate with that or change that in any way. So YouTube takes 30%. So what I've done is on Patreon, I've... Basically, for these exclusive contents, I thought, what's fair? And I thought, like, $9.99 was a nice idea. I don't want to charge, like, loads of money for it. It's crazy. Like, if you compare it to, like, getting a Netflix subscription or something, it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, I get the whole point here is to support this channel, and I'm a one guy and all that kind of stuff. So it's not really the same. But whatever. So I thought that would be fine. So if you follow me on Patreon, if you want the exclusive content, there is a tier on Patreon now for the exclusive content. And it's like $10, okay? So not even pounds, it's dollars. However, YouTube takes that 30% cut. So the membership here on YouTube, I've tried to compensate by going to like $12.99. There's also the difference that YouTube, I can set up the memberships in pounds, which is a good saving for me. I guess because of transfers. I don't know. This is all terrible stuff to be talking about, isn't it? Anyway, so look, it's slightly more... Basically, it's a discount on Patreon. You can get it here on YouTube, and I will be making YouTube exclusive content, and the memberships are there, and I think somebody just upgraded to one right here in chat. So that's there, and I haven't made anything yet, so I'm going to do like a channel post about this when I've actually made stuff for it, obviously. But yeah, so there'll be exclusive content going forwards, and you can choose. Do you want to do Patreon, or do you want to do YouTube? YouTube is slightly more expensive, but more obvious, and you get the YouTube comments and stuff. Patreon is cheaper, but I get the lion's share of it. So ultimately, for me, it doesn't matter which one you pick. But that's the thing. So yeah, there you go. That's the idea. Not that I've made any of the stuff yet, but yeah. I see you've come galumphing back. Have you the crystal then? This warded pot contains a corrupted crystal. Here you go. What prodigiously large and lovely crystal! The professor will doubtless chortle with joy when you present it to him in person. Oh, and upon your return, do remember to recount how I helped you with your harvesting. There you go. And I promise, guys, there's not really... I will try my best. There probably won't be too much more commentary about that sort of stuff. I know that people are mostly here for the game, and I don't want to bag it down. So yeah, there you go. Anyway, it's just been a lot of what I've been doing recently, and I've noticed, obviously, people are talking about it because I've started setting things up, and here we are going live. Winners do both. Well, there is one other little difference. On Patreon, you get, like, the Discord integrations, and on YouTube, you don't. But on YouTube, you get the YouTube icons, and on Patreon, you don't. So there is a distinction between them, and I don't want to encourage people to be crazy and do both, necessarily. I mean, if you want to, obviously, I'd love that, but, you know, I'm not trying to set things up in that way. But there is a slight distinction, I suppose. But yeah, I've kept everything about... So do you remember in the last part I said all the current members and stuff? If you're a member already, it's like for the icons and the emotes and the fun times, and it's like £2 or something. But for the exclusive content, I thought I should probably bump that up. So yeah, there you go. There's like... You could be a channel sponsor or like a full member. And there you go. All right, my keen scholar's sense tells me that you've obtained a corrupted crystal. Am I right? Yes. This warded pot contains a corrupted crystal. If you would grant me a moment to examine the crystal... Ah, it is as you desired. A corrupted crystal overflowing with wind-aspected aether. Remind me, for what purpose did you intend to use this crystal again? What? To breach a barrier comprised of wind-aspected aether? Oh dear. That may prove problematic, as this crystal would only serve to strengthen the barrier. Ah! I suppose I'm at fault for not inquiring as to your objectives from the start. Had I known your intent, I would have never sent you to Sako. But what is science if not trial and error? And can you truly say that this failure has taught you nothing? Think, man! You will now understand the methods necessary to safely collect a corrupted crystal. You will have doubtless no difficulty doing so once more. Yeah, all I had to do was right-click, bro. What's more, the crystal you've collected can serve as an invaluable resource for the ethereal studies conducted by the students of Baldician. So we've heard about these guys before, in fact. There were a couple of them at the Waking Sands, those guys in red, and they died. You've heard of them? Well, I don't mean to boast, but I have a professional relationship with the organization. Not as equals, of course. I would never be so bold as to claim that level of expertise. Are you all right? Your eyes seem to have glazed over for a moment. Anyway, I shan't keep you from your task. You've still a corrupted crystal to find. Yeah, I had a comment. Oh, there we go. Mithril gauntlets. That's finding an upgrade. Let's grab that. I had a comment from one of you guys. I think that quest made you really rage. Like, really, really, really rage. Because it's just a waste of time. Maybe it's that quest, or maybe there's a different one. But look, we learned how to mine the crystal. That's something, I guess, right? I love how Square are actually joking with our eyes glazing over and everything here. Alright, do you know where I can find this crystal? Corrupted crystals of sufficient size and strength are not all that common, I fear. Fortunately, one of my other students, Kiana, claims to have discovered another promising site in Eastern Lanosia. Wait, that's not correct. Eastern Lanosia was where she was nearly killed when wandering too close to an Imperial castrum. Oh, now that made for an amusing anecdote. Brilliant. It was Western Lanosia, Faros Sirius, on the Isles of... Oh, cool, we're going here! To the Isles of Umbra, to be precise. I can't recall her exact reasoning. Something to do with one of Dalamad's talons or some such nonsense? What I can say for certain is that she is still in Aleport, attempting to access the Isles. Why not travel there and see if Kiana's inquiries bear fruit? If you can look past the crass and violent ways of the local pirates, you might find your time there to be quite pleasurable. Oh, and do not forget to take your makeshift warded pot, lest she think you're unprepared for the task. Cool. So we're going to kind of an island offshore now, and yeah, it's a haunted undead island. There's a dungeon there as well. I can't remember whether it's main story in the post patches or an optional thing. I think, or just a base thing? We're not about to go there, I don't think. I don't think it's a part of the main storyline. Speaking of optional dungeons, didn't we unlock one? What have I got in my notes? Let me see here. Yeah, we should be able to do Cutter's Cry at this point. Let's see. I'm going to pray return when I don't need to the Waking Sands. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Let's see if this guy has got anything for me. Because we have no side quests. And what about the Dzemael Darkhold? Didn't we unlock that on the last part? We did. It's level 44. So we could do that at the very least. Do you guys want to do the Dzemael Darkhold with me? Anybody who wants to play this dungeon with me, meet me at the Waking Sands, if that's okay. Nedrick. Oh my god, that's the Aurum Vale already. Holy shit. Well, we won't grab that just yet. That's like the last dungeon, really. My plan is to do that much later. What about this quest over here? Oh no, we've read this multiple times, haven't we? I remember coming here and speaking to this guy. But I don't remember what the quest was. No? Trauma Queen. There's an impish conspiratorial look around about Eileen. If her injuries allowed, she would sidle. Heard we're in the same trade. You're in better shape than me, though. A mishap at the Wanderer's Palace nearly did me in, but boy, was it worth it. The calamity drained nearly half the water from the Bronze Lake, and there it was, an ancient temple of Oshon. Why is it called a palace, then? Beats me. I went in looking for treasure, me and my fella. It was like a dream, that's what it was like. The water hadn't done a thing. There were gold-framed mirrors bright as the moon. We gazed upon ourselves draped in chains of pearl, dancing on a floor of marble and malachite. Like a king and queen, me and my fella. A daring-do adventurer like yourself wouldn't say no to a chance like that now, would you? Tell you what, go down to the docks west of Camp Bronze Lake and talk to Abazi Chirazi. Used to be a boon companion of mine. He'll ferry you to the place. Oh my god, I'm 90% sure she's lying. Remember, we heard about the Wanderer's Palace. This was one of the 5th era places that got fucked up and flooded. And I do not think... Oh my god, guys, the crowd. Alright, come to me, I guess. Alright, we got this guy got here first. We got this guy. Does anyone want a link shell? Oh, this guy looks cool. Oh, I feel bad. I missed Tom Berry. Did we play with Tom Berry before? I think we did. Sorry, Tom Berry. Next time. Alright, so let's do the Dzemael Darkhold. This was the Curthin dungeon. Alright, so we need one of these healers to swap. Oh, we have 5 people. Oh, there you go. The healer left. Brilliant. Whoever that was, thank you very much. Alright, Dzemael Darkhold. So remember, we did the Stone Vigil. But there was this other dungeon, this other place, and it was overrun by the Void, remember? The Vigil was just taken over by dragons. But this is the Void. Seeking to utilize an existing labyrinth of natural caves, the Ishgardian House of Dzemael began construction on their eponymous Darkhold near the end of the 6th Astral Era, intending it to serve as a refuge for those fleeing the flames of the Javanian Horde. When the house's digging uncovered an entrance to the Void, allowing an army of Void sent into this realm, however, they immediately abandoned their plans and withdrew from the subterrane, sealing it off so that they might contain the otherworldly invaders within. Despite all this, the house is unwilling to relinquish its claim on the caves, and believes that if they can be cleared of the Void Scent, they might still be able to see their original plan brought to fruition. So in we go. We just got to clear the Void out, basically. Side dungeon would have been quite appropriate in the Curthan arc in the previous episode, but, you know, we have less quests to do here today, so it makes a bit more sense. And I wanted to get this done early in this episode too, to be honest. So before we get to the lighthouse, seems like a good idea. All right, what do we got? Okay, so like all late Realm Reborn dungeons, I never particularly look forward to this one. It's pretty tricky, and it's quite long as well, actually. It's one of the longer dungeons, I would say, in the game. So I'm going to try to tank this normally here, I guess. So we have tank mastery from our traits. This might be a terrible idea. Ready? Let's see what we got. So what I'm going to try... Oh, no, this is definitely a terrible idea. This actually... Oh, this dungeon also has one of the hardest pulls in the game, actually. But basically what we do is we throw the shield. We throw another shield. And you can sprint or whatever. And then you just keep throwing shields to provoke. When you get a pack of 3, it's shield, provoke, shield. And there you go. Something like that. Then I'm going to arm's length. Get my damage up. Start AoEing. And when arm's length runs out, I tend to put my 30% up then. And there you go. And we'll hopefully be okay. That tends to be what I do. And then when the 30% ends, I'll like reprisal. And then when the reprisal ends, I'll rampart. You see, just like slowly chaining these damage downs on the enemies. And that's sort of the deal, really. For the dungeon... These crystals here, while we're in the crystal, you see I've got this buff on me called the Crystal Veil. Damage taken is significantly reduced. So while we're in here, we're protected. The crystals, the light, is saving us from the darkness of the dungeon. Because they're opposed, I guess. And there are lots of different random routes that you can go and get lost, by the way. I'm going to try to not go in those. There's also a giant fly eye in here. This thing, the all-seeing eye. And if I try to attack it, it's invulnerable. It will float around spamming massive AoEs, and you're only really safe from those AoEs. They hit really hard in the crystals. So you can see the idea, hopefully, of this dungeon. The idea is we need to run around hiding in the crystals as we go. You want to aggro a bunch of mobs. I'm doing terribly here, sorry. It's hard to speak and play. You want to run around, aggro a bunch of mobs, and hide in the crystals as you damage them so that the eye doesn't float on over and do a lot of damage. Then there's another mechanic, and it was that blue ring that just disappeared. They're like locks, basically. You stand on them for a really long time. And here we can aggro these guys. And eventually they'll open a door or something. So that player was standing on it there and opened... So here I'm going to walk next to the ranged mob. So that the melee ones come next to him. Yeah, so... there are like locks, basically. And you'll see they play with all of this in fun ways. We're down to 2 targets, so I'm going to do this. So you're going to start to see me playing bad from here on out, right? Because this skill, I'm supposed to press this, realistically, as soon as it becomes available. So it goes back on cooldown, so I get as many uses as possible across the fight. But I'm really bad in this game. With like 30-second, just spammable damage abilities, I always forget about them, and I just look, and I'm like, oh shit, that's been off cooldown. How long, kind of thing. But yeah, so that eye we can't do anything about. So we basically just want to run through and hide in various packets of crystals. So in this room... God, there's a lot of mobs. There. I'm also going to have a key binding issue for a while. I'll try and hit them all. I'm going to Sentinel straight away on this one. And we'll use Arm's Length in a minute. And yeah, I'm standing next to this Betrayed Soul. I can put a target on it as well, because it's the ranged one. I'm doing alright here. They're not hurting me at all. Look at this. Holy shit. Is this because we have a Scholar? So Scholars, like, there's shield healers? Oh my god, yeah, I'm dead. Oh, Sentinel ended and oh my god. Alright, we can raise. Wow. Oh, do you know what? I'm an idiot. I should have been doing that in the crystal. I'm sorry. Holy fuck. I just spent all that time talking about the crystal and I just stood in the middle of the room. That was dumb. Maybe I got killed by the Fly Eye actually there. Alright, so we re-grabbed the aggro. Yeah, that's me being an idiot. What was I talking about? Or trying to talk about? Some kind of skill thing. I don't know. How to die. And here, look. So there's also a blue switch in the crystal's protection right now. But you might wonder, what about later when they're not? Now, I don't quite know how this works. Maybe someone in chat can explain to me. Do we need multiple people in the glyph? Does it go faster? Sorry, we don't need multiple people. But here it says the terminal begins counting down over my health bar there. Is it the more in, the faster? Yeah, he chunked me really hard. He hit me for like half my health for not being in the crystal. There you go. Alright, and now the door's open and we can run through. We actually fight him now, I think. He's the first boss. Visually, the locks feel out of place here. They're super future-y Magitech-y. Yeah, you're right, actually. So here, guys, what we can do is we can place a marker down, like an A marker, and we can say, okay, guys, stand at this crystal first, and just so that you know, what's going to happen is the crystal's going to break. So then what we can do is we can put another marker down. Oh, I can't do it in combat. Shit. Well, we could have put one at the next crystal we're going to go to. So, yeah. Anyway, here, this is the first boss, and you can kill him now. That guy there. And yeah, I'm just going to point him away, basically. Once again, the bosses tend to not be the most interesting parts of the dungeons. Spirit Within looks pretty cool. It's like a backslash kind of thing. Right, so there's some bugs, so I'm going to provoke that. And there's 3 targets, so I'm going to AoE, actually, I think. Some more bugs there. Throw a shield at 1. And then another. Inflict them with slow. So yeah, when the crystal breaks, it's sort of my job to move. Depending on your team, there you go. So the crystal didn't break, it just powered off. So I'm going to sprint over. Actually, that one's not even lit, is it? It's over here. Is it random which one is lit up? So here I'm trying to throw a shield at that. There you go. It's this one here. I feel like quite often I can go to the one back there. I don't know. Maybe it's random? Just trying to show different mechanics, I guess. And of course, this is one of the bosses we saw in... Wait, did we see this as a boss in the Hawk Manor? I'm not sure if we did. I don't think I'm actually under the crystal's protection there. Yeah, I was right on the edge of it. Oh, 2 more. Oh, wow. The crystal went down again. I'll tell you what, guys. I've done this dungeon a lot. I have never experienced 2 crystals failing. Never. You can nearly kill him with just one crystal. I've never experienced that. I'm sure it's at least in large part due to the fact that I'm doing no damage because my gear is very low. There we go. He's in it. Yeah, and he's invulnerable until he's in the crystal. Did I mention that? It's not just to protect us, but it's to be able to hurt him as well. All right, there we go. We get a Carbine and a Subligar. Carbine is for one of the expansion classes. Didn't they revamp it a bit recently? But they might have, yeah, I'm not sure. Because I had that like 2-year gap, so I don't really know. Okay, here, do you remember I just said that this is like one of the hardest dungeons? This little bit here, right? If you take these 2 mobs and then you go over to that crystal over there and get all of those mobs all at once and you try to fight them all at once, it is quite hard. And it is extremely common to get this dungeon in a roulette and watch people try a wall-to-wall here. This is one of the hardest wall-to-walls in the game. I'm not joking or exaggerating. And they'll die. Like, very, 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 very easy to die here. I think because these bone nixes do, like, deceptively high damage. Like, I'm not even going to try and grab these and those over there. Like, this is a tough pull here. I'm not saying it's impossible, because it's certainly not. But it will catch a lot of people unawares, I think. Which usually contributes to when I get this in a roulette, I'm like, oh, this one. You know, maybe it has something to do with the fact that some of these enemies have, like, physical damage down effects. Sorry, physical damage, defense down. Whatever. They debuff me. And it can be cleansed, but if it's not cleansed quick, I think you get ruined. That might be a part of it. And also, if you aggro too many, also then there is the crystal, is a little bit scary. It's funny as well, because there's nearly always a wipe here. I always feel like this little bit of the dungeon is the end of the dungeon. Like, this is the walk to the final boss. I don't know why, but I just kind of have it in my head that the final boss is coming up. But it's not. We've only beaten one boss. We only just got it. There was one boss. It was the Eye, just a second ago. So, no. So I always do this thinking, oh, I'm near the end. And then it's the second boss. And I'm like, oh, there's a whole other boss. We're only halfway. It just happens every time I'm in here. Every time. What I will say is, fortunate at least, is there's not really much of a run between the final 2 bosses. I've got to tag it. Oh yeah, in case it hasn't been clear, the health bar colour of the enemies I'm fighting designates whether I have aggro on it or not. If it's yellow, they're just fighting in the area. When it's red, I've actually specifically tagged it. It's Rampart, I guess. Rampart Reprisal. And stun this guy. What I like to do in situations like this, where you're AoEing and you can see one is much higher, I like to make sure that's the one I've got clicked. Now, the reason that I do that is because, obviously, we are, underneath all these skills, we are just auto-attacking, like I showed you in episode 1. There is a constant just swinging of the sword happening. So you want those, that extra little bit of damage on the highest health ones, so that they all kind of die at the same time. If the whole team just makes sure that that's who they're autoing. Obviously, as a mage, you don't really do much damage anyway, but, you know, you do, like, 1 on an auto, I think. So yeah, there you go. I guess that crystal's AoE isn't coming out too far. All these mobs you could do in a single wall-to-wall. It is hard, though. It's obviously very rewarding as well, because the dungeon goes a lot quicker. But given that we killed the Fly Eye a little bit slow, and I know for a fact that I'm kind of underpowered here, I'm not going to try it. Also, I don't have half my buttons, and my keyboard, the whole muscle memory I have for the bottom row is bad at the moment. So yeah, here, I get here and I'm like, oh yes, the final boss. But no, no, no. This is kind of cool though. They have a weird intro. Usually it's like they're just standing there or whatever. But I guess the Eye walked in. The idea of this fight is you've got to kill this guy, obviously. But as it goes along, he's going to get more and more allies up on that cliff up there. Brothers to me, he screams, see? He's going to get more and more allies. And they, like, throw rocks and stuff at you. But I've never interacted... And you can't target them. I think the idea is you're just meant to sidestep a lot. As long as that double smash is pointing away from the team, I'm sort of doing my job, I think. And yeah, I got him right against the wall here. Which is a bit silly looking, but, you know. I don't think there's anything else to it. This is basically just a damage race. Maybe it gets really, really scary later. That's hilarious, by the way. Their thrown attacks are called... It's called Boulder Dash. I don't see them dashing. Sometimes people get wrecked by knockbacks. Yeah, well, because those Nixes, those giant frogs, they use the tongue lash, right? And they pull you. And I think that's a thing there as well. It's definitely a composition-based thing, though, right? Because, wait, can white mages spam Holy at this level? Or is that a level 50 thing? Just so that you guys know, for white mage, Holy is a giant AoE stun with, like, a ridiculously huge visual effect. In fact, it's the existence of Holy that means I usually have party effects cold off. I'll turn them on here because, you know, we don't have a white mage with us. Oh, we get a level from that boss. Get those. Yeah, and can I just impress upon you, every single one of these dungeons, main and side, has its own set of, like, unique looking gear. It's easy to miss because there's no, like, currency system like Guild Wars did. There's no compensation. Yeah, okay, so this is the bit before the final boss now. And what we have is 2 of these countdown timers, but they're right next to crystals. And the crystals keep pulsing and hurting people. So the idea is... I don't know what the idea is. I don't know how this works. Are we supposed to just tank the crystal damage? Or can you step off and it will remember the progress? I don't know how it works. Does it have to be... Because there's like no UI for it. Does anyone know? I'm going to aggro these at this point, I think. Basically, I just want to be clear. Most of the tanking that you're seeing here in the aggroing is all like really slow and bad and not very good. By the way, we've had a limit break, so any DPS can use that if you want to just get through the trash. This guy, for example, is not leaving this crystal. Is that other one melee? I don't know. I'm trying to get them together. Like, just to be clear, if I was in a roulette and my tank was playing the way that I'm playing, I'd be really annoyed. I'd be like, oh, we're going too slow. Get more of them. But I'm just playing ultra conservative here. Let's get Rampart on. I'm taking a bit of damage here now. There we go. Finally, that's all of them. So yeah, there's a door, that force field at the far side of the room. And it's, you know, it's glowing under my cursor there. We need to hit both switches. There, that guy's already doing it. Our sage is doing it. I think that's a sage, right? I'm not very good with the icons. The glasses. If I view search info, this is all this player's classes. Oh, it's Scholar. Sorry. Shit. Yeah, wait, Sage is the really new one, isn't it? Sage is the one from, like, Endwalker or something. Jesus Christ. Guys, you'll have to forgive me. I'm not an expert at this game. The timer does not go faster with more people, and the timer resets when you step out. Brilliant. There you go. So, yeah, you just got to sit there and face tank the crystals. Some poor guy has to stand there getting hit by the crystals. There you go. And then once they're both done, the barrier is down. One final little room, and we're up to the final boss. So there I went. Shield lob, provoke, shield lob, shield lob, shield lob, shield lob. Let's try and get all of these in one. So then I'm just going to try and LOS them here. This obviously is LOSing the healer. So we want to be a little bit careful about that. So why is that Hellsbound Warrior not running in? Do I not have aggro on it? I guess I don't. No, I do. I should have it. Uh-oh. It's a lot of cones. Rampart. Holy shit. Yeah, we can see the Black Mage doing their stuff here, by the way. You see that Blizzaga just landed? Blizzaga such a huge skill effect. I miss Black Mage. I hated Black Mage, and I really struggled and really found it very clunky and annoying. And then I slowly, as I was leveling it, got more and more into it, really started to feel like, oh, I'm starting to get it, I'm grasping it. Like, there's a real sense of practice with it. And then I hit max level, for me, which is 90, because I don't own the newest expansion. And that's it. And now I don't play it, and all my muscle memory is leaving me again. So there we go. This guy looks a little bit like no, he doesn't. I'm not even going to finish that sentence. There we go. This is the Batral. Once again, crystals are a part of the mechanics in this fight. Ow, ow, ow. He actually hits quite hard as well at a certain moment, I think. He's huge. He's awesome. Right, so every X period of time, he's going to commune with a crystal, like this one over here, and he becomes invulnerable. He's got that pink tether there. You see that line? So while that tether's up, he's invulnerable. Our only way around this is to break the crystals. And there are 3 crystals in the room. There we go. Nice. And then, once all the crystals are gone, he has another mechanic. Actually, a very cool mechanic that usually I just DPS through. So I'm thinking, because we're doing a little bit less damage here, we might see a bit more of it. But basically, he creates all this goop on the ground that expands and expands and expands. You love this boss design-wise, but the mechanics suck in this fight? Well, I prefer this fight to most of the dungeon bosses. At least there is, you know, we put more focus into this than, you know, just dodge a couple of AoEs like we had in the other Curtain dungeon. You're about to get pizza for dinner. Very nice. What flavour? That's the question. Because if you say just plain margarita, I'm not going to be happy. You can, of course, limit break the crystals as well. I've seen melee DPS do that sometimes. We might unlock a T2 limit break here, though. I think we're on track to getting one. Should be quite interesting. Hey, Retro Guy, thank you. A donation of 35 ZAR? Z-A-R? Thank you very much for that. Hey, WP, loving the streams. Have you enjoyed finding the lore in this game? How does it compare to other games? I think it's got really good world building, very well realized, a rich history, lots of factions. It's a lot grittier than Guild Wars. And even what I remember of WoW Classic as well. Like, they swear in this game. They openly talk about sex in this game. They openly, like, there are mature subjects in this game that they don't really shy away from. That I feel like some other, and I enjoy that. You know, it's not that I need loads of it, but it feels like a bit more authentic as a setting. Here, look at this goop here. So I really like the world building in this game. The main storyline is fantastic as well. The actual, like, plot of this, which we'll be getting into. I know that, oh, we've played how many hours and we're not... But the actual story of this game is really good. I adore it. I think it's brilliant. I like the delivery of the story as well. I like the cutscenes. Holy shit, did I just die at the end there? We might have limit broke him right at the end. He might have killed me. I think it's really good. It's a lot slower. It's a slow burn. But I think an MMO, a game as a service, a sort of lifestyle game, a game where it's like, okay, I'm going to play this. I'm paying a subscription to pay this. I'm looking for a long time with it. That's fine for a slow burn. It's the best place to experience a slow burn. I think all MMOs should strive to be slow burns. That's the idea, really, isn't it? No, I was safe. Okay, brilliant. Good job, guys. So there you go. That's the Darkhold done. A dungeon that I often don't look forward to in roulettes. But there you go. And we're back with Topaz now. So by finishing that, Nedrick has another... No, this is the Aurum Vale. Shall we just collect this? No. Let's keep it nice and steady here. I can't believe we're doing level 47 dungeons already. And my notes for this, I've got it set up where it's like... oh, we're gonna... Like, that's the last dungeon, basically. That's the last one that I'm gonna have us do. I'm pretty sure, for the base game. But, you know, we've still got 2 episodes left. Alright, anyway. Okay, so back to the main story, I guess, for now. That was lots of fun, guys. A promising prospect. So we're going to the Isles of Umbra. And again, there is definitely a dungeon here. I was looking forward to finding this dungeon for a long time. When I first played ARR and getting in there. I don't really remember the circumstances of unlocking it now. But yeah, so I cannot, for lore and world building and roleplay and all that kind of stuff, I cannot recommend this game enough. And it does not feel like it right now, but it eventually hits the heights of like regular single-player Final Fantasy mainline games. It does build to that. It feels exactly like playing a mainline normal FF. Obviously, the gameplay is a bit different, but in terms of like story and vibe and adventure and feel and all that, having party members and all that kind of shit, it really ends up feeling like that. Eh? Corrupted crystals? Sir, I've no interest in being the butt of your jokes. So, if you've no other reason for addressing me, kindly leave me be. No, look, I have a clay pot. It's been treated on the inside with a special alchemical sealant. Well, I'll be damned. The professor did send you. Beg your pardon, but it seems we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Siana, greatest of the professor's pupils, which is doubtless why he bid you seek me out. Indeed, I am an accomplished scholar with an extensive background in... By the way, she's like just in red. Are all the students of Baldician in like red? Is that a thing? Oh, gods, just listen to me prattle on and on. I must have given this introduction a dozen times by now. Must you have? Alright, let's take the Allegan gold pieces. I'm amazed how much cash we're getting here. Look at this, I got 100,000 gil. Someone reminded me in the comments, by the way, that this is a weird blast from the past for me. Because remember, I spent well over a year on the free trial in this game. Like, I spent ages on the free trial. You get capped at 300k gil. And in fact, I believe, this might be really interesting. If you go back to my Twitch series, wasn't I like building up to that cap? And then when we hit Stormblood, I was at that cap or something, and I was happy to upgrade so I didn't have the cap. Oh, there's something like that. Kiana is frustrated with the progress of her research. As I told the professor in many missives, I believe that the area surrounding the Pharos Sirius is replete with corrupted crystals of exceptional strength. Unfortunately, I've yet to test my hypothesis, as all access to the Isles of Umbra is prohibited at present, for reasons unknown to me. You see, my attempts to acquire this information are often met with annoyance and disdain. It's rather puzzling, since I always take the time to explain my motivations in great detail to the subjects of my questioning. Mayhap you'll have better luck in wresting the information from these yellow jackets. I've all but given up at this point. Okay. So we're just going to chat with some of these guys around at the port before we sail over there. Does that mean I can't actually get a boat there yet? Later when the mount flies, you can just fly over. Topaz, would you mind getting out of her face? She wants a little bit of private space. Oh, I saw the weirdest thing online the other day. What was it? There's some Scandinavian country. Is it Finland? Where, like, they really love their personal space. Like, if you look at them queuing up at bus stops or whatever, people give each other like 3 foot of space either side. More than that. 6 foot, 7 foot. It's really creepy looking. Like you'll see a huge long row of people stand like they're performing some kind of ritual or something while they queue up. It looks amazing. Ah, you startled me. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a person at a time like this? What with all the fatuous gossip of spirits and spectres haunting the Isles of Umbra? Just because I know it's nonsense, doesn't make it any less frightening. Right. You know, I've never really got the vibe from this area that it's like haunted. It's across the way. Oh, sorry, Tremor. You took a bit of damage there. Is it a Norway thing? Oh, wait. Finland isn't Scandinavian. I thought Scandinavia was basically the trinity of countries at the very north of Europe. Plus maybe the Netherlands. Am I wrong? It is Finland, is it? Oh, and it is in Norway. You're keen on travelling to the Isles of Umbra? Bloody hells, lad. Are you drunk or just crazy? Ain't nothing there but death, death, and more death. Why? So what is Scandinavia then? I'm learning this probably far too late in my life. They hate being called Scandinavian. Scandinavia is only Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. Finland isn't included. Really? Oh, maybe I was just thinking of Nordic countries. Maybe that's the term I should use then, I guess. Wow, TIL. Why don't they like being called that? What does Scandinavian mean then? What's the like etymology of that? Oh, I've gone up when I should have gone down. It's complicated. Yeah, it's going to be one of those petty things, like the difference between the UK and Britain and Great Britain and all that, yeah. They're all Nordic countries. All right, I'll just try to get used to the phrase Nordic. Oh, look, there's people in jail there. The Isles of Umbra. Oh, let's give him a deep voice. I'm doing too many high-pitched voices. I must protect my throat. So there we go. I'll give him a deep voice, right? Which will be my normal voice. Am I right, guys? The Isles of Umbra? What interest have you in that godforsaken place?
Ever since we were forced to abandon Faris Sirius, the Isles have become naught more than a graveyard for ships unable to navigate the shores. And a purgatory for the souls dragged down to the depths with them.
Oh my god, he actually said some dark stuff there. Oh, look at this Vieira leaning against the wall like a boss. I didn't mention this actually. Somebody off screen after the, like 2 episodes ago, tried to give me an emote, the lean emote, because you have to unlock it. I don't know where you get it from. And that was very nice of them, and thank you for that. I rejected it though because I looked and it's worth like 300,000 gil or something. It's worth double the money we've had, so I thought that was a bit much. But it is a cool emote, and I'm looking forward to getting it at some point. I don't even have it on my main. There we go, Kiana. Ah, tremor! Tell an Irish person that's a petty thing. Actually, I didn't include island in any of the phrases I used just now. Ah, tremor, you've returned. Well, Northern Ireland, obviously. You've returned. Tell me of your findings. Really? Infested with the undead, you say? That's a very, very interesting development. Excuse me for a moment while I gather my thoughts. Okay. 300k is changed. Not to me, it ain't. I don't know where you guys are getting all this cash from. To me, 300k is like a day's hard mining. And I'm very proud to get 300k. You laugh, but there's a major Lalafell character in a Realm Reborn who has a super deep voice in Japanese VO. I can't remember who. But worry not, my friend. I've given your findings some thoughts, and I've concluded that this talk of spirits is not more than local folklore. As for why all travel to the Isles of Umbra is restricted, well, mayhap it's considered too dangerous owing to the abandonment of Faris Sirius? Yes, well, anyway, while you were questioning those yellow jackets, I paid a visit to the local pub. Since even an esteemed scholar like myself enjoys dulling her wits on occasion, it was there that I heard tell of a man named Skilfrin, who was recently detained after returning from, wait for it, the Isles of Umbra. This is the first I've heard of someone actually travelling to and from there, so I'm curious as to how he obtained permission. Mind having a chat with him in my stead? He was arrested after all, so I'm somewhat reticent to approach him myself. Ooh. Okay. Oh, nice. The fog is cleared up. Well, I say nice, the fog is cleared, because look at how good it looks with the fog cleared up. Oh, my God. This is like that white, gold, and red Imperial City mod. I love this place. Oh, Jesus. But it's not so haunted anymore. The spooky atmosphere is gone. You know, when we were in the Costa del Sol arc, the beach to the vacation arc, 2 episodes ago, I was quite interested in how, like, they have, like, a beachy biome and a jungly biome that's kind of all meshed in together. And it kind of feels, I don't know, it feels like there's not a great delineation or distinction between a lot of these things in ARR. And it's kind of the same here. I feel like any great RPG needs to have a big haunted country or a big haunted area or something, you know, like a graveyard-themed place. And I guess it's true, just like the jungles there versus the beachy areas there, it's sort of true. ARR does cover that, again, but it's like, you know, it's just in a random area of Limsa. Oh, I have to go back. She calls to me. Sings to me. Ugh, tell Momodia I'm sorry. Give him this. He was right. He was right. Oh, sorry, I skipped that. I don't know what that was. It's a feather, guys. It looks like our chocobo feather, but it's not. This brilliant feather reflects the light as if it were actually made of gold. Ooh. So, sirens out in the bay, singing, luring unwitting men in with their wiles, and then eating them. What is it sirens do? They drag you to the depths and drown you, don't they? Is that to eat you or just for fun? I think it's more malicious for it to just be fun, so that's the story I'll go with. POTD, yeah, I guess that kind of counts in name. It doesn't feel like haunted, though, in Gravy, does it, really? It's not like great ancient mausoleums and cobwebs and fog and blackened, leafless trees. Like a Halloween vibe is what I'm getting at. I mean, you are in a tomb, don't get me wrong, it is a crypt, so maybe you do have a good point. What did Skiffin have to say? That's not terribly helpful. I couldn't care less how much he misses his favourite bar wench. But what was that about a man named Mimidoa? Wait, I know that name. That's that bastard who grabbed my ass the other day at the pub. Ooh. Well, if you want to give him that feather, be my guest. I'm not going anywhere near him and his wandering hands. What's that Simpsons thing? Artie with his busy hands? Jesus. You. Oh, he's a Lalafell. Okay. You scandalous man with the little moustache. Another initiate, are ya? No? Then what are ya? Speak up, son, I can't hear ya. Ooh, he's a lecherous old man. Here, look at this feather. Hey, bugger me. Is this what I think it is? Nah, couldn't be. You found this, you say? Where'd you say you found it? Skiffering, you say? Was hoping to have a word with the lad, but it sounds like there's naught left twixt his ears. He was supposed to help patch up Pharaoh Sirius, he was. Company sent me to supervise a lot of them. We weren't getting work done on their own, you see. Half of them walked off, half of them ran off, and half of them ended up vanished. What's that? You be looking for passage to the Isles of Umbra? Why didn't you say so? I've been thinking of dispatching someone to take a look on behalf of old Mimadoa. Tell him how the land lies. Ain't nobody interested till you came a-calling. Old Paul's up in arms about spirits and so forth. If I had the gil, I'd hire some sellswords and let him sort it out. But you'll do in a pinch, you will. Show this parchment to the skipper and he'll see you back there. He'll see you there and back. Great, what a coward. So we're just going to go. Is the skipper going to be scared in any way? You would like a link to the, an invite to the link shell? Certainly. Certainly. My mission is to get WP a sightseeing log. Camp Skull Valley has one on this map right now. But where is that? It's probably ages away. It's over there? Yeah, it's too far. Too far. We got to speak to the skipper. Wait, yeah, this skipper. Hi, will you go to a haunted island for me? In fact, we might be able to see it across the bay, by the way, if we have a good look. I think, guys, look at this. This is lovely. I think it's that, maybe? No, it's not that. Do you know what that is under my cursor there? That is that Imperial castrum that you can see from the Waking Sands. I looked at it from the south. So it's kind of cool, actually, that you can kind of look across the bay. Well, actually, no, I don't like that. It makes the game feel a bit small. Well, it's cool because the interconnectivity. I don't know. Don't know how I feel about that one. All right, Haunted Island, please. 1 ticket to Siren-infested waters. The Isle of Umbra, please. I'd offer to ferry you to the Isle of Umbra, but access is prohibited at the moment. Wait, what do you mean? Well, yeah, we have permission. Oh no, we need to get permission, maybe? Oh, is there going to be a duty first? We can go back upstairs, I think, guys. It's their mission. Will I ignore their destiny? No. It's just, you know, I guess I'm enjoying edging the audience on the sightseeing logs at this point. I don't know. So, you went ahead. You went and had a word with Mimadoa? I hope the valuable time you saw fit to waste it. Sorry, I hope the valuable time you saw fit to waste amounted to something. Hello? I'm not the one wasting time. You are. A slip of parchment granting you crossing to the Isles of Umbra. You mean that disgusting creature was Skiffin superior? I find that hard to believe, but this writ of passage does appear to be genuine, so it must be true. I must say, it's a relief to work with such an industrious man as you. I look forward to hearing the discoveries you will make on the Isles of Umbra without me. This is good. They've built this up quite well, actually, I think. Everyone's scared to go there, and yeah, I'm going to be going there. Fine. Oh, we just hit level 50 on Paladin. My God. Oh, there's a friend request. I can't. Oh, I tried to click it, and it skipped me through the dialogue. Sorry about that. I'm sure she didn't say anything too insane. Emily Durheim. Nice name, by the way. Is that a Kurzik reference? Yeah, they're teaching me about player search. Apparently, we've never clicked that. I had a suggestion from one of you guys, by the way, that when it comes to dungeons and stuff, what I should do to be more fair is to use the party finder, which is this window. Oh, wow. Look at how dead Ravana is. There's only 2 people in the party finder right now. Oh, my God. But basically, I would say recruit members. I almost never use this, by the way. I'm not very good with this. Objective would be like duty completion, I guess. And I would pick the dungeon that we're going to do. And then people can fill in, and it allows people to pick the right class as they join or something. So I might start doing that. That's a good idea. I didn't think about that with the Dzemael Darkhold a second ago. Oh my God, wait, what? Oh, no, it's the skipper down here. I was going to say, I was almost going the wrong way. All right, so off we go. This makes me want to be at the beach so bad. Do you remember in the last part I said I was feeling wintry? Yeah, I'm not now. I'm feeling summery again. I haven't been to the beach in a long time. Ha! Take me to the Isles of Umbra, he bids. It's as if it's as simple as... Oh, I see you've got a writ of passage. All right, then. Come aboard. You can set up to use a password. Oh, in case random people join? That's a good point, I guess. All right, so here we are. We're at the Isles of Umbra. Far away now. Oh, I see. Right, yeah, it's just across the ocean. I was spending more time looking over there, but it was just over here on the left. And look, there is a dungeon. Is that part of the quest coming up? We're headed back to Airport. Hop in if you like. No, thank you. Please don't leave without me. Okay. No music playing right now. It's just the ambience of the beach. This doesn't seem all that bad. Oh, she did come. Did she explain she would come in those 2 messages I accidentally skipped ahead? I'm not saying I'd like to build a summer home here, but oh, the hell's with this. Here, take your pot and go on without me. You've harvested the corrupted crystals before, right? So it isn't as though you require my assistance. Speak with the man guarding the gate. I'm sure he'll let you in. Now, if you'd please excuse me. So is it like undead aether? Is that a thing? Dark aether? I don't know. Is that opposed to wind? Is that the idea? When I'm in Eureka and I'm fighting Ashkin in Eureka and I get to elementally attune my attacks, are they weak to the wind attacks? Or vice versa? Or strong against wind? I don't know. Beg your pardon, sir, but how did you come here? Access to this island is currently restricted. Aye, so people are living here. It's not all bad. Oh, nice, sitting on that box. The warded pot. An old pot. I'm not sure I follow. Oh, I see. You wish to harvest a corrupted crystal. Sorry, friend, but you may have to return empty-handed. Why is that, though? David has a simple proposal for me. The writ Master Memodia gave you may grant you access to the island, but only authorized personnel may proceed past this point. Why, you ask? Well, look up and see for yourself. When the giant mass of crystals struck the lighthouse, it caused a severe damage to both the structure and the machinery within that once powered the beacon. Aye, contrary to what the small folk would have you believe, the fires of Pharos Sirius were not the product of a mage's thaumaturgy or a colossal arcane bomb, but an elaborate contraption fueled by ethereal energy. Repairs are still ongoing, but it's anyone's guess when they'll be complete. What's worse, all work has ceased since rumours of the Walking Dead drove our entire crew off. Not that those rumours are incorrect. I've observed the fiends from a distance at the ship graveyard to the south. What's drawn them to our shores is still a mystery, though. I'll make you a deal, Trimmer. Help me unravel this mystery, and I'll bring you your corrupted crystal. In fact, I shall begin searching for one that satisfies your requirements. As for where to begin your inquiries into the situation, it so happens that a party of 3 adventurers came ashore not long ago, seeking to scavenge valuable trinkets at the ship graveyard. I'd be surprised if they knew nothing of the undead infestation, so it might behoove you to question them. Okay. A few thoughts here. This lighthouse, it's so high up, I actually can't even see. Look, you can see a tiny... I literally can't look up any further, but you can see a tiny bit of the crystal up there. From a distance, you can see it, and it's very cool looking, and you can see it's, like, shattered into it. And in the dungeon, yes, that is a dungeon, and it looks very grand and amazing, doesn't it? When you're in there, you're, like, interacting with the crystal as it's broken the stuff up. Anyway, my thoughts are, guys, was this lighthouse in 1.0? I assume it was. If it was 5 years ago, it was probably some kind of... Then the next question is, could you go inside it in 1.0? Could you come here? I wonder if players were, like, previously speculating. How the hell do I accept this friend request? Oh, it's at the bottom there. Oh, God, it's because the UI is freaking out. Look at that. There we go. Oh, no, you are a friend. I can assign a friend group. Oh, my God, the fat chocobo sounds amazing. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, I'm wondering whether you could go in the lighthouse. Obviously, the crystal wasn't broken into it back then, because that's a result of the calamity. But I kind of like that about this game. It's like 2.0 made it look a bit more fantastical and interesting by having the crystal shards everywhere. What's kind of funny as well is this is FF14, right? The next game, 15, has a very similar landscape. You're like driving around on highways and stuff, and as you look off into the distance, you see these massive like rock formations and crystal shards, and they're gorgeous. They're really beautiful. Okay, this guy's drunk. It's all there for the taking. 5 bleeding years worth of wrecks and their cargo. But those queer dead things and that voice. Actually, the voice was quite nice. Right. He didn't have anything to teach me. You saw him too, right? Dead people, just shambling about, without a care in the world. Except when they do care, seem to care, that is. They start shuffling towards the water. Huh. They're going in the water? God's that voice, that single, fleeting verse. I can still hear it. Stay clear of the southern shore, friend. It took every ounce of my strength to resist. So, I had assumed the undead were here because of the crystal. And it was like undeady crystal, but it's not. It's a separate story as to why the undead are here. I guess because there's a siren somewhere. Actually, I think there is a duty coming up in a second, and I vaguely remember doing it. This talk of an alluring voice is disturbingly familiar. As if... but that's impossible. They're all dead. Aren't they? Naveed is sweating profusely. Oh, look at that picture there. We're going to idle cam this one for sure. But if they have returned, that would mean... Oh, beg your pardon. I was just thinking about something. Which reminds me, I've received word that Master Mimidoa will be arriving at any moment. Apparently he grew tired of waiting for the lanky young lad with the 1,000-yarn stare to return. Which I'm assuming is you. Well, I am lanky. Does he have a different description depending on the race that I am? I don't know what sort of arrangement you had, but you should probably go and explain yourself. Right. Well, I didn't have a 1,000-yarn stare. Okay, maybe I did. I don't know whether the writers are joking that I have a 1,000-yard stare because of the undead, who I haven't interacted with yet. Or I have a 1,000-yard stare because I'm doing ARR. And it's just busy work, busy work, busy work, busy work, busy work. It's just one massive fetch quest full of chores. And they know that, and that's why I have the 1,000-yard stare. What's been keeping you, Initiate? I ain't getting any younger, you know. Eh? Some honey-voiced harlot's been calling out to folk what wander near the ship graveyard, and it's stirred up the dead and all. Bloody hells, this takes me back to me days as a cannonboy, sailing under the old Mistbeard. But they wouldn't dare, would they? Not after the lesson we learned them last time. Bah, they bloody would, though, wouldn't they? Brazen old biddies. Some folks said the first purge would be the last, but I knew deep down in me bones as this day would come. And come it has. I'd bet me bum ear a siren's behind all this. Nay, not one of the sanguine variety, Initiate. I speak of the other kind. Them what's got feathers and lure sailors to a watery grave with their sweet, sweet song. Oh, but it don't end there. No, drowning's just the start. See, even in death, a man stays bound to the beast, forced to do her bidding till his corpse can't do it no more. There we go, we got an answer. They don't eat you. 'Tis a fate I wouldn't wish on me worst enemy, except maybe in a drink and a regret. So let's do that. Except maybe I'm drink and I'd regret it after. Any road, 'tis up to us to stop this hell's born hussy afore she takes another soul. Course, we can't send you marching off to war without these. The siren don't have no power over a man as can't hear her song. 'Tis lucky for you I carry a spare pair, and lucky for the both of us I'm a superstitious old sod, eh? Well, she ain't coming to us, so we'd best head over to her. To the ship graveyard, this ship. Oh my god, he's going for it. Spooky. That's quite cool. Oh my god, that is also very spooky. What are you guys doing? Yeah, these are behemoths. We haven't seen any of these yet. There will be behemoths aplenty. This is Yuna, brunette Yuna riding a behemoth. Holy shit. And all the roaring. You know, I had a really cool experience I never mentioned in Janthir Wilds, which is, you know, the Warclaw is a big part of that expansion. I was doing the Bog Queen the other day, and it's really cool to see everyone Warclaw use the chain to pull her down when she floats up. If you have your sound settings just right, after that happens in the heat of combat, everybody's going to jump off of their Warclaw. They're all going to use the engage skill. And all the Warclaws roar like lions. So you get a whole zerg of people, of lions roaring at the start of the fight. And it's really cool. It's a nice like audio moment that I didn't notice when I was streaming it. But yeah, that behemoth bit there just made me think of that a little bit. If she passes near the shore, she's sure to spy the campfire and come looking. Just a matter of waiting now. Holy shit. All right, well, yeah, look at all these dead. Look at all the ripped up ships. Guys, the start of the second expansion. The second expansion takes place really far away, just to show you guys here on the world map. It's all the way over here, okay? And at the start of the expansion, you get on a boat to sail there. And it's like a ghost-themed thing. It is so cool. Can't wait till we get there. All right, campfire. So we're sitting, we're waiting, we're looking, we're browsing. And I am in a party, so I have to leave the party. Yes, Tremor, you clap and you keep yourself entertained. Because what awaits you will surely haunt you for the rest of your life. I like the rest of your life. I like our new shield with the horns on it. Do you know what might be fun as well? To do this on Archer or Bard, maybe? I really want to play more Bard because I want to sing the song and spam Bloodletter, which we vaguely learnt about in the last part. Plus, look at us in our leathers. Our fine barding leathers. Alright, let's get in here. The joke is that in theory your character's talking, but you don't have any dialogue, so it's kind of a fourth wall break. You're saying that very definitively. Do you know that for a fact, or is that just your interpretation of it? I mean, I get that's a very good interpretation. I can totally see that. It's a funny idea. I'm beginning to wonder if some sly bugger ain't spun us a yarn here. Yeah, it's nighttime now. Just me and a Lalafell. Like, look how cute the Lalafell are. His animation is just to sit and rock left and right. He's an old man. Ooh. Quiet. Did you hear that? Look out! Over the water! She's come this year! She's come! Damn, girl! She's a bit like Shiva. Quick, lad! Shove them plugs in your ears and get ready for a fight. Soon as she realises you're deaf to her ditties, she'll call on her thralls and we'll be up to our necks in corpses before you know it. Alright, we don't need to idle cam because the cutscene gave us a brilliant view. There she is. Hither, embrace, mine everything, all. Oh, also, it's fitting to be a bard here. Uh-oh, I don't have any skills. True love spurned, his cruelty's reward. There we go, I got him now. Defeat the Siren's thralls. Let's sing a song. I have my own song, lady. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is good. Holy shit, this feels responsive. Oh, I didn't put my damage buff up, though. We annihilated them! That was awesome. I actually don't know whether it's worth putting any dots on at the moment. Maybe one attack plus a dot so they get poisoned to death while I'm targeting the next one. Holy shit, you can spam this so fast. What I need to do is expend the bloodletters before I overcap, which is kind of a machinist thing as well. Spare, mournful mistress, distress. Why? I don't know. I'm sorry. Charmed foul domain? All these poor dead people, eh, guys? Let's wind bite that guy, poison that guy. Oh shit, I just poisoned the same guy twice. Actually, this should just be an AoE here. Boom. Anything else for me? Melody, last breath of death, the rhythm. Dost thou not to relent, regret, forever alone? How would I sing this, guys? I don't know. So we want to AoE, but we want to do it in such a way that they're all in the cone. Oh, I didn't pick the right skills very well here, I have to say. Alright. Got anything else for me? My love, a river, one look, soul shiver. Oh, ooh. Oh, the music's actually coming at me and blowing up. Should I be popping these? Ah! They're like coming at me. Oh, what's going on here? These guys are charmed and they're not actually attacking me. They're not even dead, right? They're just charmed. I love this idea of a Siren, that she charms the corpses, you know? Right, let's put our damage buff up with our song so that not only do we spam Bloodletter, but they're all DPS empowered Bloodletters. I'm sure we're probably going to be pressing these together. But they're both 120-second cooldowns as well. So it definitely makes sense. Probably pair these up always, even at endgame, probably. No more! Dark Eclipse! The heart! Oh, well that was a weird duty. We didn't even fight her. Does she then flee to the top of the lighthouse and that's what the dungeon is? We got rid of all the corpses. Hey, am I alright? I'm better than alright. Better than that, Nisha. Happy as a sailor in a whorehouse, I am. Of course, I'd be happy as a sailor with it two whatsits if we'd gutted the strongest, but you can't have everything, can you? Chill, still, did he just say he wanted two women? Is that what he was saying? She'll not come crooning round here again, though. Not for a while, any road. And if she does, well, you know what to do, don't you? Or don't we? Thanks for your help. Bugger me. I've clean forgotten your name. Remind me? Tremor? Don't recall having known this shit by that name. But if you're not me old mate, what's name? Why have you been so bloody helpful? Never mind. See you later, seeing you later, lad. Great. Sorry, that's kind of sad, actually. So he's got a little bit of, like, memory loss. And he thought for a while we were old mates. Did it bring him back to past times when he fought her before, maybe? I like that he doesn't even remember our name. Yeah, because we nearly always introduce ourselves to NPCs. I guess at some point they'll do NPCs that I don't introduce myself to. And then later they're like, what? Oh, these are some bosses from later. This is Cerberus. And that's... I don't actually know what that is exactly. Oh, I do actually. That's one of the trials from the second expansion. Can't remember what it's called. And here's Ixion from 10. Again, a lot of these stories are so far away. Right, Topaz, I don't mean to scare you, but can you fight with me here? Well, not fight with me, but just travel with me on the beach. There you go, these weird little plasmids on the beach. Giant monsters there, praying mantises. Again, I think I recognize these from 12. I think they were being used there. So how's the leveling going to go now? We have 2 at level 50 already. And we still have, like, 2 arcs left of the game to play. So we could, in theory, get another character quite high, I think. David. You mean it was a Siren? But how were you able to resist her song? Oh, I see. I had heard that Master Mimidoa was involved in the first purge, but I never actually... Huh. Having survived an ordeal like that, I can't blame him for carrying earplugs around with him. Anyway, I have something for you. The corrupted crystal you wanted. Safely sealed within the pot, just as you requested. Please, take it with my compliments. This here, so I know one of the common criticisms of Final Fantasy XIV is that they kind of bend the story in awkward ways around the requirement that every X level there's a trial and every Y level there's a dungeon. That's kind of a common criticism, and I think it's a big criticism of the new expansion as well. And I kind of feel it there a little bit. It feels like that should have been the Lighthouse dungeon as a part of the main storyline, but because it wasn't in the quota or something, they ended up not doing it. Do you get what I mean? It feels weird. But on the other hand, it's just another example of what this game does all the time, which is set things up that pay off later. And the payoff later is the actually climbing the lighthouse. But yeah, oh, and there it is. That's where we were. It's huge, isn't it? It's absolutely amazing. It looks a lot bigger on the outside than the inside. Oh, is that true? I don't know. It feels pretty big on the inside as well. I should have got a good look at it before we went there, but there you go. And of course, it's glowing in the night. So we got a little bit of the crystal, Siana. Oh, it's you. Welcome back, Tremor. You're looking remarkably hale, I must say. And more importantly, alive. You are alive, aren't you? Yes. Here. Aha! The conquering hero returns, bearing a gift. Might I have a closer look? Impressive. Very impressive indeed. Yes, I think I'll be quite pleased with this specimen. Congratulations, Tremor. Seldom, if ever, have I encountered a corrupted crystal composed of such volatile overabundance of fire-aspected aether. What?
You wanted a corrupted crystal composed of ice aspected aether to counteract the effects of raging wind? Ah. Well, this specimen won't help you there. Oh my god, seriously? Okay, it's only like 10 quests, but I guess I remember this as a whole arc because of this. I guess something stuck in my mind about this because I guess it's multiple quests of getting the wrong crystals. And there's my answer to my question of what's opposed to what, by the way. Anyone who knows anything about the elements could tell you that. Oh, God. You'll have to keep looking, I suppose. A history repeating, that was called. Oh, because of obviously the Siren returning, but also... you know, we just got the wrong crystal twice in a row. Alright, what? Don't fret now, I know exactly where to find a corrupted crystal comprised of ice aspected aether. An associate of mine in Gridania has been studying the effects of one such crystal on living beings. Eh? What's that expression? I thought you'd be pleased to hear this news. This is not another wild dodo chase, I assure you. And what's even better is that this time, you needn't use that warded pot of yours to protect yourself from this crystal's energies. Hedin's findings suggest that it's quite safe. Why, you ask? Well, let's just say that it's undergone a unique process that has rendered it such precautions unnecessary. Can I just say, guys, by the way, this thing of, like, elements opposing elements and crystals and aether and shit becomes huge in the story. And quite soon as well. Like, there's going to become the question of how do we beat the Ascians, and a lot of this stuff will start coming up. Anyway, do not let me keep you. It's been a pleasure, Tremor. Come back and see me sometime, alright? Okay, hi. Now that you've driven off that pesky Siren and slain her undead thralls, I suppose I can visit the Isles of Umbra for my research. On the other hand, it can be rather difficult to determine if the undead are sufficiently dead. Right. So, back to Gridania. Now, for this part of the quest, I have a cool idea for us. Because, you know... Wait. No, we're going to Upper Lenosia. Didn't he just say... Oh, wait. That's Trauma Queen. That's the dungeon. Yeah, so it is back to Gridania. Okay, so here, I'm going to do something kind of cool, I think. This is Gridania itself, obviously. I'm going to go back to Bent Branch for a second. Possibly our last... I shouldn't say this. It's not going to be true, is it? When we unlock Chocobo Racing and stuff, we'll be back here, certainly. So it's not our last trip. But I want to speak to this lady here. Margaria. She has information that may interest wealthy adventurers. I think we're pretty wealthy now, 150,000 gil, guys. Woohoo! I bet you wish you had that much gil. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you not an adventurer? I've seen you running to and fro, face set in grim determination as adventurers are wont to do, hence my presumption. If so, I've information which might interest you. Rumour has it that plots within the lavender beds are to be auctioned off. What's more, bidders need not even be Gridanian. Any old adventurer or wandering minstrel could, with sufficient funds, purchase land and build their own home. Considering how discerning the elementals tend to be about who can and cannot reside within the Twelveswood, it's rather surprising, if not hard to believe. But there is truth to these rumours. Well, who hasn't dreamed of owning their own forest cottage, perhaps with a small vegetable garden and a stable large enough for a chocobo or two? You know, should your travels take you to the Mirror Planks, where the ferry to the Lavender Beds is, perhaps you'll find a Twin Adder representative who can tell you more. I would be shocked if they weren't involved in such a monumental change in policy. Okay, well, we're welcomed into the Twelveswood anyway, into Gridania as it is. So yes, we can get a house, and I think since there's not much to do this episode, this is a good time to take a quick look at this system. Basically, there's a whole other area of Gridania we haven't been to, and in fact, guys, I don't know if I've ever been to. Like, I'm not joking. I think I may have never been to where we're about to go. The question is, where exactly is it? Oh, it was down there. Shit. Alright, back to Bedbrudge. It's this place, the Lavender Beds. And it does connect to the town from that pier up there, I guess. I don't know if I ever went there. It might be that I did. I might have visited it, and if I did, it would have been on a stream. I spend a lot of time in the housing district in Thanalan, which has like a cool beach, and it's nice and deserty. The one in Thanalan, right, at Uldar, is... it's awesome. It's like being at a hotel on holiday. There's like these swimming pools there that you can actually swim in. And it's like, you know, that like these little blue tiles that you can imagine of any swimming pool IRL. It's just like that. It's gorgeous. So they got pools, and they got a beach and a pier that you can fish at, and all kinds of cool stuff. This place I've never been to. It's a shame it's nighttime. I'd love to see it in the day, but here we go. Oh, good evening to you, sir. What can I... Ah, you wish to know about the auctions. Very well. Allow me to explain. Oh, it's a lady. Sorry. There is a growing concern that our immigration policies have been a tad restrictive in the past. And so, the Seedseer Council, on the order of the Twin Adder, with the blessing of the elementals, decreed that the lavender beds be set aside for adventurers. Adventurers who possess the necessary funds to purchase and maintain their estates, that is. Should you look up the beds with your own eyes, though, I think you'll agree it's well worth the price. Have word with the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you across. A recruit stationed at the pier can tell you more about the beds once you've arrived. So... Oh, what did it say? Yeah, get on the ferry, skipper. Here we go, housing. So, in this game, houses are finite per world. So we're on Ravana. I think it's not per data center, it's per world. So you live on your specific world, just like your retainers live on your specific world. And there's only so many houses. It's like it's this place, right? That you can see on the world map. There are only so many houses they can stuff in there, and then that's it. And players basically bid and sell and trade them amongst themselves. I think if you're inactive, if you let your sub drop for ages, you lose your house or something like that, and then they go up for auction and players. So there's an actual market. So if you're on a really populated server, the houses are ridiculously expensive. Like, I was told by a friend in Discord the other day, like 20 million, 30 million maybe, on really expensive servers. If you're on really quiet worlds, such as the one I'm on right now, I think they're a lot cheaper. So I don't know. We might be able to afford an actual house. There are two other caveats to this. One is that there are shards. There's like mega servers, and that's these wards. So there's not just like 20 houses or 30. There's 30 in Ward 1, and then there's a copy in Ward 2, and then a copy in Ward 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, all the way up to 30. So there's 30 wards here on just this world. If we go to another world, there's another 30 wards. And remember, that's just this housing district. There's also a housing district at Thanalan, and then there's also one at Limsa, and as you go through the expansions, there's more as well. So there's a lot of houses, there's a lot of plots. So the prices, as insane as the prices are on populated worlds, there should be like empty houses. I don't know. So if I like click through the wards here, you'll see. I think these are the players, right? Owner/price. So we want to just look until we see one that's empty. There you go. 3 million gil for that plot. 3 million for that plot. 3 million for that plot. And look, people are bidding. So there's different size houses as well. There's small ones and there's big ones. So the really expensive ones, look at that, 47 million gil. So I don't know if you... But these are just what the owners are listing them for. It doesn't mean that people are paying this price. It looks like 3 million is probably the actual... I don't know. So anyway, let's go to a ward. I think... Now, I haven't really done very much with the housing. I think I've just explained that all perfectly. Finally, so there's wards. And then finally, there is another detail, and that's that there's apartments... And those are infinite. Anyone can get an apartment. They're basically skyscrapers. And there's infinite floors. The game will just generate more and more and more. So that's not having an actual physical place. And you can't see the outside of it and stuff. It's like an instance, essentially. So basically, anyone can get an apartment. My main has an apartment. Apartments are currently tiny. Really, really, really small. But you can decorate them and stuff. And I believe the next patch, literally, as I'm recording this episode, in a few weeks, they're going to do a patch. And they're making apartments bigger, which I'm quite excited about. So I don't think we're going to buy a house here, but we might get an apartment. You never know. But yeah, so this is just another area of Gridania. And you'll see it's got its own Aethernet. Lily Hills, Lavender East, Lavender, the Wildflower Stalls. Just loads of places. I mean, this is just another example of another feature in this game that's just massive. And yeah, I don't know if I've ever been here. I don't know what any of this stuff is, Sky Pirate stuff. If people want to drop a comment. I beg your pardon, sir, but you perchance have any equipment from Diadem? I don't know what Diadem is. I think people build the housing districts initially, like the crafters. And that's what Diadem is or was. Blue houses you can visit, yellow are locked. I see. Yeah, and you can lock your front door and let people in or not. Greetings, adventurer, and welcome to the Lavender Beds. Oh, you come at the behest of a Gridanian woman. I regret to inform you these plots are reserved for adventurers. Your friend will not be permitted to take part in the auctions. You, on the other hand, would be more than welcome to participate. Should you have a mind to purchase a plot for yourself, pray speak with a resident caretaker. He can guide you through the process. So, the other thing to say is this feature was not here at base ARR. This feature was added with one of the patches. There's going to be 6 post patches, a bit like a Living World season with 6 episodes, and each one brought major shit, like a new class getting added and stuff like this. So the housing is like a patch or 2 away. This technically wasn't here in the story that I'm playing right now. And you can kind of get that vibe from the story. You know, they're saying, oh, we're going to allow people in for once, finally. But yeah, so here's an example of a house. I've never done this, so I don't know, but I think you can customize, like, the fences and the actual physical outside of the house. Like, this guy's made it look like a Hingashi house, I guess. Like a Far East house. You saw that person with that crazy hot pink one over there. Here's another example of one over here. So this placard, I think this one might be empty. No one might live here, maybe? Placards. By the entrance of each plot of land, you'll find a placard. Interacting with it will bring up information on the owner if it's available. Somebody owns it. Yeah, and don't guilds... I know, that's the other thing. It's not people that own these houses, is it? It's the free companies. It's the guilds that own the houses. So I don't really know how that works. Your guild ends up owning a property. Like I said, on my last Twitch playthrough, one of the viewers really loved the series and they were a big fan of FF14. And they let me join their guild, which had an amazing house. And they like gave us decoration rights for it and stuff. And, you know, then I had a 2-year break and they took it back, which is obviously fun. But here, check this out. So somebody definitely decorated all of this. So Gil in this game is generally not used for much until you get into the housing. Like, this is all custom decorated here, all of this. And the housing is like, we'll give you a shit ton of things to do. And there's something kind of cool about how it's an actual physical thing that you get in the world. But yeah, so this is their interior. This is like their kitchen. I don't know, like, did they put the chopping board there, or did they make that watery up there? I don't know, like, to what level you can customize it. But usually there's like an upstairs and a downstairs. Like, this door will open. Oh, that's a toilet that they've made. This one's very cramped and small, I have to say. Additional chambers. Yeah, and then they have... Okay, so then there's this thing. There's like a submarine bay that you get, that you send the submarine out on missions and you level it up. It just keeps going. It's crazy. Honestly, this game is just features stacked on features stacked on features. If you're joining it as a new player, like I am now, there is just so much. Oh, I see. So the guild owns the house, and each member of the guild gets their own individual room within the house. Is that the thing? So this is the thing. So do I get both an apartment and a room in the free company house? I see. So they're expensive, but the entire guild is funding it. So like the house is like the guild hall. It's like the same feature together. So somebody's got like all kinds of weird stuff. And yeah, I always feel really odd and weird and ethereal in shit places like this. It's very canoptic, I guess. There's something weird about it, you know. It's like I'm in an instance, in an instance, in an instance, in a ward, separate to the rest of the game. It feels just very strange and backroomsy and like matrixy, or just like somehow untethered. It's very weird. And that happens in Fallout as well, if you go into too many shelters. Like if you stack shelters on top of shelters in a giant like Matryoshka doll or whatever. But there you go. So this is a nighttime exploration, I guess. And it really is. The sun only just set, so we can't wait around for it to come up. But yeah, lots of phosphorescence and luminescence here. Giant tree over there. And yeah, I'll leave that there. We will endeavour at some point in this renewed Let's Play to get an apartment for Tremor. And maybe he'll get an apartment there, who knows. quest is done, right? No, it's not. Where do we go to finish the quest? Oh, back to Vent Branch. Okay. Let's cash that in. And then let's go get this Aether. This actual crystal that hopefully we need. Oh, you can have privately owned houses as well. Oh, I see. So you can choose. Wait, can you have 3 things? Can you have an apartment and a room in a guild house and your own house? Is that the thing? You can have it all? That would explain why the prices go up, because people can own more than one thing. Just like real life, right, guys? Good to see you again, friend. Did you learn anything about the lavender beds? Oh, adventurers only. Is that so? Well, these are trying times, and it's more important than ever for Gridania to attract capable individuals like yourself. I'm sure that one day my dreams will come to fruition. One day, I'll have my own cottage and stables filled with my beloved chocobos. Yeah, and you can breed and raise chocobos and stuff in them. And that's how you change their colours, and you do gardening and all of that. That's all. And I've never really gardened. I'd love to do that on this LP, by the way. So now that we've done that, we can teleport directly into the housing district whenever we're in town. So look at that as like an introductory thing. And we'll return to it in the post patches, I think. Okay. The relief mapping on that ground is glitchy. It's 4 times the intended max height. Why would you get banned for having too much gil? For me, my goal with gil... I don't know why that would be. I don't know who mentioned that in chat. My goal with gil, right? Like I say, I've got 20 million on my main. And I've not been playing much since we kicked this up. But I would like 75 million or 100 million. The reason for that is because there's 3 mounts, prestige mounts, each cost 25 a pop. So to get all 3, I'd need 75 million. And I like the idea of stockpiling all the gil and buying them all at once. I'd love to do that on screen as well. That would be so amazing. But I'm so far away from that, it's unreal. And then just the 100 just feels like a really epic threshold, you know. Have you come to listen to the silken strings of Simpkin, Travelling Troubadour and Master Minstrel? No. You do, however, have the look of one who lives life on the road. And on the subject of wondrous wanderings and the musical expression thereof, I do mayhap have some small wisdom to offer. When I suddenly find my heart stirred by some spectacle of nature or inspiring act of daring do, I simply let the emotion of the moment flow through my fingers and into my heart. I found no sound to be so achingly beautiful as the one born from that instant of genuine joy or wistful sadness. You need no special training or knowledge to give voice to the music of the heart, only a willingness to play the score as it writes itself across your soul. If you can accomplish such surrender, then you will have created a piece unique unto yourself. And what melody could be more precious? Aye, I knew from the moment I laid eye on you. Here is a man whose spirit begs for instrumental interpretation. Pray release your inhibitions and favour the world with your performance. Okay, so he's teaching me how to do performance stuff. I don't know whether this is unlocked because we're a bard or what. I don't remember doing this on my main, who doesn't have bard, so maybe. And we get a warning, actually, wow. And this is where the UI is ugly again and with the weird clashing styles. When using performance actions, you are strictly prohibited from performing the music of any third parties. What? You may record and upload your performance and hereby agree to license such recordings to us for use by Square Enix or others in accordance with the terms of the Final Fantasy XIV material usage license. That's a weird way of saying EULA, right? Whoa! This is Bard specific. Oh, okay. I can't believe that. So they don't let you... Like in Guild Wars, you'll hear people playing music from other games and other movies and stuff. In fact, you'll hear them playing Final Fantasy songs quite often. I listened to someone playing To Anakin just the other day. That's insane! No one cares about this in game. People just do it anyway. Yeah, I mean, this was either going to go one of 2 ways. It was going to be like the add-on thing where people clutch their pearls forever when they don't have to, or everyone just straight up ignores it. I can't believe as well, they're saying here, if you make a composition in-game, they can have it. If you compose some nice music in our game, we are allowed the composition. That sounds insane and very arcane and horrible. But at the same time, with these laws and stuff, there's always weird. This is just to protect them, I guess, and to be careful. I don't know. It's like the whole selling mods thing. It's always like just a mess legally. So they're just covering all their bases, I guess. Performance actions unlocked. Yeah, I've never done this. To begin, you should simply play whichever notes catch your fancy. Let whimsy carry you up and down the scales, revel in the soaring heights and plunging depths, until you find a song which resonates with your being. Painted with the experience of your adventures, the timbre and tone will be yours and yours alone. It will be a legal entity of Squaresoft. Square Enix, sorry. I wonder what manner of music will fill the air. May the wind catch your composition and deliver it unto my covetous ears. You have learned Perform. When playing as a bard, performance actions can be found under actions and traits. Use your harp to create sweet, sweet music by selecting a sound from performance. Then simply use the keyboard to create your masterpiece. Remember, performance actions can only be used while you are a bard. Like, that sounds weird. I love stuff like this, though, you know. It sounds arbitrary and annoying that I must be a bard, and it's the kind of thing that you'd find people online. If the game is satisfying enough, this is the kind of petty shit they'd start bitching about. But I kind of like it, you know. Alright. Performance! Yeah! Oh my god, on my main, this is grayed out. I use this panel all the time on my main, and performance has always been grayed out. Oh, they just give you all the different instruments. You don't collect the instruments, you just get them. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Harp, piano, lute, fiddle, flute, oboe, clarinet, fife. Fife? I want to play the fife. Panpipes. Timpani. What is a timpani? It's a percussive instrument. Bongo, bass drum, snare drum, cymbal, trumpet, trombone, tuba, horn, saxophone, violin, viola, cello, double bass, electric guitar overdriven, electric guitar clean, electric guitar muted, electric guitar power chords, or electric guitar special. What? All right, let's play the fife. Oh, what happened? Click. Oh my god, there's a whole UI. I'm in like a free. No, I'm not in a free cam. I'm in first person. BPM? Measure? Ensemble ready check. Oh, because we can play in a band. Oh, the keybinds are like weird. This is like how I used to do. This is what I used to do in music class, guys. This is about the extent of my talents. Is somebody clapping? Performance assistance. Oh yeah, teach me how to play A World Apart. Let's stop the metronome. Oh, okay, it's gonna start one. All right, here we go. Holy shit, really? Oh my god, it's like DDR. Okay, wait. Oh, sorry, C? Yeah, I'm pressing Q. What am I doing wrong? I can't believe the effort they put into this. No, I can believe it, because that's this game in a nutshell. This is what a sub... You know, my opinion's changed about sub fees. This is what a sub fee pays for. It's insane. It's insane, the amount of stuff that is in this game. I don't know. I don't know why this isn't working, by the way. Oh, I have to hold shift? Oh my god, I have to hold shift. Wait, shift goes up an octave. Control goes down an octave. And then there are keybinds for half steps. Up and half step down? Oh my god, man. How am I supposed to know whether it's up or down as I'm reading it? Holy crap, you could spend ages learning this. Oh, I'm getting faster. Can you hear the music yet? Can you hear it yet? It's basically, I have to hold shift for all of them. Oh god, how long is it though? Oh, we're only like 20% through. I won't play the whole song. That's amazing. What else is there? Mute other performers. Settings. Display gamepad inputs. Can I do it in group pose? Can I still play music while I'm in group pose? No, I guess not. Wow, man. Wow. Well, there you go. Oh, and here's me actually playing it, by the way. And of course it has a model. And of course it's all fully implemented. And if I had a guitar, I'd actually be playing the guitar. Wild. This is the kind of thing, like, when I imagine, oh, what if I could make an MMO? What would I put in it? How would it go? I would never in my wildest dream ever write shit like this, because you just could never imagine having the resources to put all this kind of stuff in. God damn, guys. There you go. That's Tzanakin. That's the Tzanakin song. Someone's playing it on harp there. I think, maybe? Or something else. I recognise it. I'm scared. I'm leaving. I'm running away. I don't want people to know how tone deaf I am. The electric guitar ones are a collaboration with the guitar manufacturer Fender. They made FF14 themed guitars in real life that look like the in-game one. Oh shit. Greetings and salutation, Miss of the Wire, I presume. Kiara informed me of your adventures in AO4. Guild Wars 2 content creator. Is it from Guild Wars 2? What song is that? Seriously, I mean, I make no excuses for myself. I'm tone deaf, and I'm face blind. That was Fear Not This Night. Oh, was it? Well, there you go. Fear Not This Anakin. Yeah, Fear Not This Night. Okay. Has anyone mentioned that giant player-run aquarium to WP before? What? A giant player-run aquarium? No, I've never heard of that. What is that? Can you inform me of your adventures in Airport? Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding. Though, as the professor is fond of saying, no action taken in the name of science is ever truly wasteful. To the matter at hand, corrupted crystals possessing the properties you seek could only be found in abundance at the standing courses following the calamity. Alas, that is no longer the case, and while there is at least one suitable crystal that remains to be found within the 12's, precisely where it is at any given moment is more difficult to say. Permit me to explain. You're familiar with Spriggans, yes? The furry little rascals that are wont to seek out ores and other stones? Well, one such creature with an infamously insatiable appetite has single-handedly devoured every corrupted crystal in the 12's. Fortunately for you, these crystals take an eternity to digest. Assuming they even can be digested, and I'm reasonably confident that one still resides within his gut. It's quite fascinating, really. My theory is this giggity first consumed a crystal when... you can care less about any of this, could you? To the point then, Giggity seldom makes his presence felt, unless there is a particularly fine fodder to be had. Therefore, we shall require a lure, and I have precisely the sort he will find impossible to resist. Simply place this true heart, I shall save, the origins of its unusual name for another occasion, outside the Spriggan's lair, and wait for the opportune moment to pounce. As for the method by which you retrieve the crystal from his guts, I shall leave that to your discretion. Oh god, okay, so we're going to kill a Spriggan and rip it out of its body. The bright blood-coloured ore, this bright blood-coloured ore, is thought to be a symbol of loyalty and honesty. Huh. Oh, the Archer's Anthem. Did I actually finish that quest? Oh no, that's my next Bard quest. Okay, the Curious Case of Giggity. So we're going to Vent Branch. Look at that. Wow. If I'd lined this up ever so slightly better, we could have Vent Branched. We could have done the housing now. Okay. Let's not use the big map. Let's use the little one. Let's run on up. Aquarium now, rave party next. Yeah, how does that work? I know that you can get fish tanks and aquariums and stuff. Is it just like one giant house filled with fish tanks? But I struggle to see why that would be so famous everyone would know about it. So am I missing something? There are housing things you wouldn't believe could be a thing. The Eorzean Aquarium is one of those places you will need to see. Really? You know, I'm impressed by, like, the housing system, and you can change the roof and the walls and everything. And I think I saw in a recent patch note there's, like, new Dawn Trail houses you can get and stuff, which is all very exciting. But I always thought that the interiors were a little bit cramped and you couldn't do too much stuff. I know that, like, DJs, people do DJ parties and streamer DJ things, which is weird as hell. Actually, I've seen a plugin for this game, which is like, you know, I mentioned like hyper-specific plugins, like the thing about the vibrator. Another really hyper-specific plugin was, it's like a plugin specifically for people listening to DJs, hosting DJ parties in houses on Twitch in this game. And there's like a whole plugin that's been made so that you don't have to like alt-tab to Twitch or something. Like, just like the most bizarre, like, ultra-specific stuff that I couldn't even wrap my head around. I mean, what do you get out of going to a DJ party in-game? Snargle is sitting on our destination here. Here we go. We're going to throw the heart down. It's a horny aquarium. I mean, I wouldn't put it apart. Oh my god, he's a huge... I love the Spriggans. Look at them, guys. These are easily one of my favourite enemies. I should actually set up their minion. Oh god, we got a golem hitting us as well. Pretty scary. Alright, let's trigger our stuff. Triple shot. Do that, do that. There was actually quite a good little opener going on there. That was quite cool. Let's kill this golem. I'm not going to bother dotting him, it's too late. We can jump that Spriggan. Oh my god, it comes back so quick. Every time I look at that skill, I can... Oh, we have a new skill! Oh, no, we don't. That's the 5 that I slotted a second ago. Jittering Jig. I quite like this. I like this spammy sort of throwaway button here. Oh my god, that golem is so loud. Sorry, in fact, the game in general was super loud there. Sorry, guys. When it's in combat, I tried to tone it down a little bit. Okay, well, look, there you go. The curious case of Giggity. I guess we've immediately... We don't actually have to do the bit where we carve up its body. Isn't that... What game did I play recently where that's a thing? Is it Power World? Where you actually had to take, like, a hacksaw to the body or something? It was, like, really messed up. And they're really cute little companions. I heard those guys are actually getting sued now. And they tried really hard, like, putting the guns in the game and stuff to make it feel as distinct from Pokemon as possible. But apparently there's, like, a horde of Nintendo lawyers coming after them now. Butcher's knife. Is that it? Is that the mechanic? Is that the Power World thing? Yeah, you can cut up pals. They're brilliant, thank you. I was really worried when I said that there, that I was just being insane. And people would be like, what's he talking about? No, it is a thing, yeah. You finally made it? You didn't think I'd still be streaming after you got on to work? Yeah, well, look, this episode is going on a little bit longer as it originally released. Later into the night as it originally released, because I started a bit later. Ah, pray do not sneak up on me like that. I was engrossed in... Wait, what's that? What's that god's awful smell? Look, here's the crystal. It's over-aspected aether manifested into solid form, just like you wanted. My word, that is a breathtakingly beautiful crystal. I see my supposition was not mistaken. Ugh. And I also see you weren't adverse to digging through the Spriggan's entrails for your prize. We owe our furry friend a debt of gratitude, you know. This thick coating of digestive juices is protecting us from the harmful effects of the crystal, just as the warded pot you once used did. Why so glum, friend? You finally obtained a corrupted crystal you saw, one overflowing with earth-aspected aether. Calm down, I jest. It's composed of ice-aspected aether, worry not. I suppose that joke was in poor taste, considering your previous 2 attempts were for naught. This is good. Like, they don't care. They all joke with you. All right. I just noticed something really weird about the UI. Try and catch it if you can, guys. It goes... The top left, the MSQ thing, turns green very briefly as you catch the quest in and finish it. And then it swaps over to the next one. That's really crazy. I've never noticed that. All right. Better late than never. This has got Sid's face on it. Hedin has neglected to return you to your your corrupted crystal. Beg your pardon, Tremor. I forgot to return your crystal to you. Oh, and there was a message for you from the professor. Something about a man named Marx? Apparently, the professor misses the intellectual stimulation. Forgive me, I should have written it down. It occurs to me that I've yet to ask why you needed that crystal. You aren't planning anything nefarious, are you? It would reflect poorly on me and my research if it was used for evil ends. Ah, well, perhaps it's best I remain ignorant. I didn't become the professor's greatest pupil by filling my head with unnecessary information. Unnecessary information. Look at this, what a beautiful line, and what a great indictment of shitty education systems. Don't nurture genuine curiosity. Don't make people, ask things outside of what will appear on the test. Beautiful. Okay. So we're going back to the airship landing here, and wait, is this it then? Are we here? I knew there wasn't much, but even this feels too short. This feels like we got here really quickly. Oh, we're basically there, guys. Oh, my lord. We are basically there. Okay, so here's one thing I want to do before we go to the next boss fight and the big moment for this stream, really. I want to read a little bit about the 6th era. Because we're nearly done with the game, and we're also nearly done with our history of Eorzea. So, let's see what we've got here. Now, let's remember. The first, they were like cavemen. And there was a wind calamity. Then they were like religious nuts, and there was a fiery calamity. Then they were like technologists and magitech nuts, and it was the Allegan Empires. This is the 3rd, and it was really, really good. And there was there were great earthquakes, which was related to Allegans, by the way, but we skipped a lot of that. Then it was the Dark Ages in the 5th. Very little happened, and there was a great freeze at the end of the 5th. We know almost nothing about the 5th. Then it was, sorry, the 4th. Then it was the 5th, with the War of the Magi. And at the end of the War of the Magi, there was a great flood. So now we are in the 6th era, and the 6 is what 1.0 was at the end of, guys. I'm pretty sure, right? The 6 ended with the moon crashing down. So the 6th, for all intents and purposes, ended 5 years ago. Yeah, the Calamity of Water, we read that. It was not long ago. So what a lot of this now is going to be about is the Empire coming to the stage, and we're going to learn a bit about this. I've not got too many slides I want to read here today. We're gonna filter this most recent era out over a couple. But yeah, so prosperity and progress. Oh, we had a donation. Thank you, Dean. My brother and I did the coils last night with a carry, and the Crystal Tower with this free company. We're talking about the sprouts going through ARR, and they helped you with some weapon stuff. That's all really good content. Yeah. There's a lot of very good stuff that's coming up in these patches, guys. Like end-gamey things. Okay, wow, my thumb aches for some reason. Have I been holding it weird? The 6th era. Overcoming calamities of each of the 6 basic elements, the people of the 6th era believed that the worst was behind them, and that the consequent era would foretell everlasting prosperity. We know now that this was but a false hope, and that a 7th period of destruction awaited them almost 16 centuries hence. This is still, however, begs the question, if the 6 basic elements were already accounted for, why then did a 7th calamity arise? To find the answer, one must travel back to the dawn of the 6th era, where man began his journey anew. So they thought it would just be one of each element and they're done, and we've gone through all the elements. I also have something really important I want to bring you guys' attention to. That weird mystery of the meteors falling through the sky, the first big vision we had from the Echo, the really crazy one of like the dark night sky and all the meteors. You might, in the back of your mind, have been thinking to yourself, oh, that was one of the calamities. Except, hold on, it doesn't really match with any of the calamities we've just heard about. I mean, maybe the fiery one? Maybe, but not really. So what was that? Bear that in mind as we play forwards, because it's not... Just bear that in mind. That'll be a nice little tantalizing tease for you. It's also not depicting the fall of Dalamat, the moon. The Age of Restoration. So the first 400 years of the 6th era. Scars left by the 6th Umbral era ran deep, instilling much despair into the hearts of the realm's few survivors. Fearing that its continued use might further their woes, the art of magic was widely forbidden. Libraries housing ancient tomes were put to flame, while those who practiced, or were rumoured to practice, the art of spellcraft were hunted down and tried as criminals. Many a learned man met the same demise. as the masses became so incensed they could no longer distinguish the difference between science and sorcery. With the majority of their greatest minds lost, the few remaining nations of the Fifth Era crumbled and vanished, their people scattering about the realm to lay claim to what little resources remained. Though we do know that giant ship is floating around in the sky somewhere. Driven by the primal urge to survive, tribes and clans banded together into small communities and began a centuries-long journey to rebuild their broken lives. So here's a funny thing, guys. All this stuff that I've read you through these little sections, I read all in one go when I first got the book. And it's very obvious when you read it all in this go how cyclical this all is. Like, what I just read out loud there is basically the same as what we read after the Allagan Empire fell and we were in the Dark Ages. It's basically history repeating itself. The Age of Communion was from the year 400 to 1000. 400 years removed from the Great Deluge, Eorzea's population finally began to experience a resurgence. Immigrants from islands beyond the Blood-Brine Sea, as well as the eastern continents of Orthard and Ilsabard, arrived in Uldanard in droves, Uldanard being where we are here. 3 great migratory waves of Haya also inflicted irreversible change on Eorzea's population distribution. Racial tensions reached its peak at this time, with individual races seen gravitating to certain city-states to escape persecution. The Elizans to Ishgard in the highlands of Kurthus, that's where we were in the last episode. The Lalafell to Beladir in the deserts of Thanalan. Remember, it's not Uldar yet, it's Beladir. And the Rogadin to Limsa Laminsa on the island of Vilbrand. However, even this was not without its problems. It was only a matter of years before the infighting amongst the Lalafellian royalty of Beladir resulted in the nation's fall and its bifurcation into 2 new city-states, Uldar and Sildir. This is really cool, guys. This thing about Beladir crumbling and then it's Uldar and Sildir, they're 2 cities and they're at war. Now you might be like, wait, Sildir? I've heard of Uldar. Uldar and Reborn, and we've been there. We've spent lots of time at Uldar. What's Sildir? Well, that's a twin city that has also been destroyed. I guess we'll see as the history goes along. It's kind of a cool story, and it comes up in a lot of random plot points. That is not to say, however, that the period was devoid of racial harmony. Their banishment from the Black Shroud by the spirits of the forest worked towards strengthening the bonds between Haya and Elizan living there, ultimately leading to their joint establishment of the underground city of Gelmora. So yeah, this whole thing, this Gelmora thing, the underground city, oh man, I'd love to go there. They've got to do a depths expansion with this game. They've got to. Descendants of Mac mages sought to escape persecution through the founding of Beladir. As a result, the forbidden black magics of their forebears didn't totally die out, and were instead cleverly integrated into the worship of the sun goddess, Azima. So that's why if you get into black mage stuff in the game now, they're like rediscovering the practice. When you learn black mage, it's like they're trying to rediscover what was going on from the 5th. And it's in Thanalan that it happens, because Thanalan came from Beladir, which is where the Maki guys went. What about Ishgard? Now, look at this picture of Ishgard. Green fields. Ishgardian scripture. Do we want to read this one? Yes, we do. Ishgardian scripture teaches that King Thordan... Remember we heard about that? They've got this great Pope King, the Archbishop? That's his name. He's King Thordan. We didn't hear his name in the main storyline in the last episode, but it's King Thordan. More to come from him as we get into the expansion. But anyway, he answered the call of Halone to lead his people to the promised land in Kurthus, 1,000 years past, which would place the area's settlement around the later half of the 6th century. This, however, has been proven by historians to be erroneous, as newly unearthed evidence dates the Elizan's arrival in Kurthus at least 200 years even earlier than that. So yeah, the Kurthans all believe they got led there. Oh, by the way, that's the original King Thordan. The Thordan that's there now is like Thordan the 14th or something. Thordan the 7th. I can't remember. But yeah, the original King Thordan, and when they first settled that place, that was all in the 6th era. And you'll notice the world is starting to represent the world that we know and we've been playing in. The Age of Strife. So 1,000 years into the 6th era now. For the next several hundred years, the city-states exhibited steady I love the timescale here, by the way. Like, if we look at human civilization on Earth, we're talking about maybe 3k years, right? Really? I don't know what the actual technical birth of agriculture was in the first cities, but we're looking at about 3k years, 4k at a push. I know in my Zeus Let's Play, if you're watching that, by the way, the most recent episode of that was amazing. I definitely recommend you guys check it out once this video's over. In Zeus, like, you can play in 5000 BC, which would be, plus the 2000 post, it would be like 7k years. But anyway, real world history is only that. In this game, each era goes on for thousands of years, and there's a fuck ton of eras. It's cool. I like it. I like my fantasy to be different to Earth in interesting ways. And much greater history is... That's another thing that Disco Elysium's very good at as well. Like, they'll talk about history from 1,000 years ago, and you hear about, like, members of the Secret Service, even though it was 1,000 years ago. It's because they were technologically developed for a lot longer and stuff. Anyway, I'm getting way off track. The Age of Strife, years 1,000 to 1,300. For the next several hundred years, the city-states exhibited steady progress as they continued to grow and gain power. When they sought to expand their claim on the surrounding lands, however, new complications arose. Territorial feuds betwixt neighbours led to heightened tensions in the Outlands. Indigenous beast tribes, such as the Kobolds and the Ixal, infuriated with those whom they perceived as invaders, began to rise in defiance, despoiling the land in protest. So we're seeing conflicts between beasts. Unable to put aside their differences, Uldar and Sildir waged a petty war until neither side could remember why it was they fought it at all. As the bloody battles broke out across the realm, the balance of power began to shift once more. Rivers ran with blood, while coin flowed from the hands of the ambitious into the pockets of mercenaries and sellswords. Uldar emerged as rulers of Thanalan after finally conquering their sister city-state and reducing it to rubble. I think there's a story about a plague with that as well. A bit like what happened to the Nimians. The warring tribes of Girabania were at long last brought together by the Highland Hire clan and joined to form the city-state of Alamigo. Advancements in shipbuilding techniques strengthened Limsa Lominsa's dominion over the seas, while increased dealings with the lands beyond Eorzea transformed the maritime city into a wealthy melting pot of cultures. After many long years developing the art, the people of Gelmora finally succeeded in using conjury to achieve communion with the spirits of the Black Shroud, and convinced the elementals to grant them residence in the forest. It is also at this time that the spirits, angered by the violent actions of the Ixal, sent that tribe into exile beyond the Black Shroud's protective barrier, the Hedge. Free to emerge from their underground refuge, and rid of the troublesome Ixal, the people of Gelmora established a new city-state, Gridania. It says here that not all residents of Gelmora chose to leave the caves in which their people had resided for centuries, expressing distrust towards the elementals who had driven them underground in the first place. Those few Elezen who refused to leave the city would, in time, become known as the Duskwights. Guys, this is like the coolest thing about this lore. Tell me if I'm wrong, alright? But I'm pretty sure we have never been to Gelmora, right? It's not in any stories. There are, like, dark elves living underground, and we've never been to their city. Ah, it's so cool. They've got to do that. They've got to take us there, right? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think it's a thing in Endwalker, though, and I don't think it's a thing in Dawn Trail. They should explore that at some point. Okay, and then the last one I'm going to read here... Oh, no. 2 more. Is the Age of Stability. Wary of fighting, the people of Eorzea sought to mend bonds that had grown torn and frayed over the centuries. Aggressive tactics were abandoned for diplomacy, and inter-city-state commerce was restored. As technology and culture were shared, the nations experienced a prosperity unseen since the 5th era. The city-states of Limsa, Gridania, Uldar, Ishgard, Alamigo, and Sharlayan matured, and became the focal points of the Eorzean civilization. Peace, for once, finally prevailed the land. There you go, that's it. I mentioned this like 3 episodes ago. I listed these out myself. Limsa, on the Isle of Vilbrand, Gridania, Uldar, Ishgard, Alamigo, here in this mainland, and there's also the Isle of Sharlayan and those guys. But they lived on the mainland too for a while. They became the focal points of Eorzean civilization. However, the opening of these doors eventually led to the closing of others. Fearing their livelihood would be lost or altered by the influx of new people and ideas, independent craftsmen and warriors alike began banding together to preserve their trades. They formed guilds, not only to safeguard their knowledge, but to provide themselves with the wherewithal to form business partnerships, which would help assure their financial stability. Unfortunately, where man treads, peace is never long to last. In an attempt to expand their influence into the Black Shroud, Alamigo exploited the realm's illusion of security by launching a series of large-scale campaigns into Tenotka, which would eventually lead to the onset of the Autumn War. So the Alamegans, as we know them now, are a ruined people with a bunch of refugees conquered by the Empire. But actually, way back earlier in the 6th, they'd actually started attacking Gridania. They were the early aggressors way back when, which is an interesting thought. They're so pitiable and we're so on their side at this point, but they were aggressors back then. You'll notice nothing has been said about the Empire yet. Nothing. Here, let's read about the Sharlians as well. We know so little of them, even though a bunch of the scions of the 7th Dawn are from Sharlian. The Sharlians, who traversed south and east into the northern wastes to settle in Eorzea, brought with them a wealth of knowledge long lost. Seeking to reassociate the wisdom of the ancients and re-enlighten the Dark Realm, the scholars were tireless in their efforts. For example, it was through their intervention that Eorzeans were once again able to harness the teleportive properties of Aetherites, the construction of the Aethernet being part of this legacy. So the Sharlians brought the Aethernet to us. Okay. And finally, the rise of Garlemald. Speaking of the Empire. What little magics the Gridanians perfected in the generations since their departure from Gelmora were no match for the sheer martial might of the Alamegan forces, and it appeared the Sylvan city-state would quickly fall to her invaders. However, in a move most unexpected, the city-states of Ishgard, Uldar and Limsa dispatched their armies to Gridania's aid. And just as quick, see, it's like colonialism is ending, right? We have like a UN here, right? And just as quickly as the Autumn War began, so it was resolved. Borders were set and treaties signed. City-states would remain independent, but the rise of one would not be tolerated. And thus peace once again settled over the realm. So in the 5th era, Mac took control of everything as Black Mages. We're stopping that. We're putting a foot on it. Everyone ally. Anyone gets aggressive, everyone immediately slams it down. So peace once again settled over the land. Outside Uldanard, that's this whole area we've been playing in, the flames of conquest began to rise. So I just want to get this on screen just to be very clear for you guys. So Uldanard is this massive chunk of land here. It says Uldanard there, right? Uldanard. They're saying outside of Uldanard. They're talking about places like over here, Orthard, or to the south, Mericidia. They're actually going to talk about this place, Ilsabard. Okay? So, let me get the image back on. Outside Uldanard, the flames of conquest began to rise. We have peace here, but what about there? To the north, on the continent of Ilsabard, the Republic of Garlemald was overwhelming nearby nations with their iron war machina, seizing their land and consuming their cultures. In the year 1552, the leader of the Republic, Solus Galvus, declared Garlemald an empire and appointed himself emperor. The new imperial army, now swelling with the might of countless assimilated nations, methodically subjugated the eastern continent of Orthard. So those guys all the way on there immediately fell under their boot. And the remaining lands of Ilsabard, welcoming those nations willingly to bow to imperial rule while erasing those which refused the Garlean standard. With 2 of the 3 great continents now under its control, the Garlean Empire set its sights on Uldanard, here. And in the year 1557, they sent the 14th Legion to conquer Alamigo in the first step to bring Eorzea's people under imperial rule. The early Magitech armor prototype was developed by Garlemald. Incapable of flight, its movements would be described as insect-like, yet the Machina's fully independent mobility made it a formidable weapon in the Imperial arsenal. So, that's basically the setup there for that first cutscene we saw at the beginning of the playthrough. There's been a lot of tragedy, a lot of calamities, a lot of danger, primal issues, and we found peace. The Autumn War happened and we managed to slap it down. We showed that we're enlightened enough to have peace, but these outsiders are attacking and they immediately conquered. There's a lot of stuff that has been skipped, like the fact that the Sharlians have abandoned the world again. Maybe we'll talk about that later. There's also a huge amount that's been skipped in terms of just why the Empire are doing what they're doing and who they are. There's all stories about that and it's all very good, and that's where the story really starts to shine, to be honest. You'll see that as we go through the expansions. But that's the basic setup there. And believe it or not, guys, I did have in my notes, at one point I was going to have a version of this Let's Play where I read all of that at the very start. I was just going to say, okay, it's going to be a long intro. Here, read all of this. Because it's a good introduction to the setting, to know that history, isn't it? But it's too much. It is way, 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 way too much. By portioning it out episode over episode, I've had quite a lot of energy every time I've got to each thing. I know that if I read that all in one bulk, I would have just sort of been getting through it a bit too quick in the end. And no one would have cared. No one would have had cutscenes. You wouldn't have been thinking about Nero or Gaius or Livia and shit like that. So yeah, I wanted to filter it out in the end. Greetings, sir. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, please. Take me to my vessel. For the love of God. WP's got a house, and he's learned to play the fife, and he's been reading lore, just unending lore. There is a problem at the moment. Garuda, hello. We got 3 crystals that we didn't need to get. Well, 2 crystals, I guess. Hey, another friend request. Oh. I'll accept that. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Sid. Hi. Not to speak of Minfilia and co. All repairs and modifications have been completed, Tremor. Once you bring me that crystal, nothing will stand between us and Garuda. This particular sample happens to be covered in Spriggan offal. Ew, offal? I think we get quite a good cutscene here, don't we? I feel like there's a good cutscene. It's a very long cutscene with the start of this fight. I'll need to run some tests to be sure, but this looks to be exactly what we need. Worry not, Tremor. I'll see that your hard work doesn't go to waste. And we nod at him, and he nods at us. The Enterprise is already more than a common airship, but mark my words, soon it will become something greater, something extraordinary. This is me. This is what I was born to do. Build airships. Boy! Don't know what I did. There you go, that's gear. I feel like some of these stories would make cool videos of their own. You didn't even know about Gelmora? Yeah, to be honest, I'm only just really remembering about Gelmora. As I'm reading through this with you here now. Even though I've read that book before, and even though I've played through this stuff before, and they mentioned Gelmora earlier in an earlier episode. In fact, in like episode 2, wasn't it mentioned, and I said, what's that? I think you guys had a comment on YouTube about it. Why do you tarry, Tremor? Our work is not yet finished. We must press onwards until the Harpy Queen lies broken at our feet. Sorry, I didn't give him the good voice. Lady of the Vortex. With Sid's modifications now installed, the Enterprise is finally ready to make the journey to the Howling Eye. According to my tests, the device is now functioning in perfect harmony with the crystals, meaning we can leave whenever you're ready. But you must understand, tests can only tell one so much. Until we approach the Howling Eye, until we attempt to breach the barrier itself, I cannot be sure that this will work. I think it only fair to tell you there is a small, but statistically significant chance that the crystal could trigger a massive... Mayhap it's better we remain positive. Tremor, I want to thank you for reuniting me with my ship, for trusting me to develop this plan, for everything. You've helped me to rediscover a part of myself I'd forgotten. I'm not the man I once was, and I do not know if I ever shall be, but I do know for one thing, this feels right. My apologies for the sudden outpouring of sentiment. I would have waited until after the mission, but, well, you understand. Yeah, guys, this is it. This is the finale, because we're all going to die now on the airship. I was lying about there being 2 more episodes. Well, no, there are 2 more episodes. We're just playing a different character.
She's ready.
Oh, here we go. We get voice acting. And this is Sid's voice acting. Okay, I'll be quiet now. I'll stop being so excitable.
Ah, she stirs. To Kurthus, and an audience with the Harpy Queen Garuda. Enterprise, engage.
This is such an FF theme. We're going, boy, yeah! And so you'll see he's got this mark on his... He's got this thing on his eye. We'll learn about that. On his forehead, sorry.
I once flew in this airship, and I was not alone.
Okay, I think in 1.0 there was a scene like this. There must have been. Must have been. Because Sid was a character in 1.0.
There were adventurers on board. Adventurers like you.
Oh, we're going to see it. Oh my god, I didn't know. I just don't remember this.
Just how long have I worn these damn goggles?
Gargles. His voice is so weird, man. This is the Final Fantasy leitmotif. Is it really? The full on? I tend to just associate it as a bit of an airship theme. Is this what he looked like in 1.0?
Oh, yes, I fancied myself a trendsetter in my younger days.
The music's cool in here. No way he looked like this in 1.0. This must have been, Oh, no, he's actually blinking. That's weird. I do like this song. This is a very warm song to me.
The young prodigy, admired by all. Exactly like his father.
Sid's dad! It's Sid's dad! Teach me about Sid's dad. Alright, sorry. Just obnoxious.
Born and raised in Garlemald.
I'm so curious about Garlemald. I want to go there, and I know that one of the expansions I haven't played takes me there, but I've only heard bad things about it. But I'm so curious. You guys have got to understand, there's like 8 years of storytelling leading to Garlemald, and I want to go there. Look at this. Look at all the details in this cutscene. All the assets they move around. This is just a random cutscene in the middle of AR.
It was only natural that the precocious young student should become an engineer. Had his father not done the same? Father, when did we stop seeing eye to eye?
But they do a lot of setup for his dad. They do a lot. They keep alluding to him over and over and over and over again. And then you end up hearing in oh, here we go.
When did Meteor become your everything and your loved ones cease to matter?
Ah, so Sid's dad was responsible, at least in part, for the moon coming down. Remember I told you the Empire did this. And these are Imperials. This is Gaius, remember? Big bad boss. He led the 14th, and now he leads the 7th in their conquest of Eorzea. Oh shit, he puts his hand on his shoulder like they're friends.
You abandoned us all, but he was there for me, Father. There for me when you were not.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff about this, actually, in the final mission of this game.
Though he proved no better in the end. Gaius was just another man with an all-consuming obsession.
Was, past tense, he's still around, man.
And so I ran, left the Empire behind and came to Eorzea, where I built the ironworks.
Yeah, and he came with Biggs and Wedge. Oh, we're getting the backstory. Because remember, so far in the story, they haven't even met each other. That's just been for the player to put 2 and 2 together. Holy shit, is it? Oh, that's me. Am I Sid's dad? That's honestly what I was going to say there. It's me. What on earth? He had a vision of me? What is this bit?
Ah yes, it was then that I first donned these goggles.
Eh? Okay, it's lost me there. I didn't... What? Is it, let's assume that that's... not literal.
Eorzea opened my eyes. It was home to so many manner of people, each with their own hopes and dreams. People worth saving, and so I fought beside them.
I actually kind of like his voice now. Is that weird?
I wanted to prove that my knowledge could serve a nobler purpose.
It doesn't sound... I kind of like him in this cutscene.
I wanted to prove that there was another way. And it all began that day when I found my new home.
So basically, he's got his memories back. Yeah, that is an ambiguous
I had
moment, isn't
forgotten
it?
how wonderful it was. The wind in your hair, the endless sky.
I want to be a sky pirate. Shut up, Vaughn.
That light. It was you, wasn't it?
Was it? What is this? I don't know what's going on now.
It's surprising how few people know this, but all pureblood Garleans have a third eye.
Okay, yeah, this is a big detail. That this was one of the details I forgot on my you remember because I said I got burned out of all this and stopped playing. Yeah, if you're a pureblood Garlean, you have this extra eye on your head, and I guess I'll explain in a second what it does. But well, let's just.
Perhaps mine helped me recognize you, or perhaps it was just a lucky guess.
I think the idea is the thing about pureblood Garleans, guys. This Northern Empire that attacked and all this, they don't have access to magic. They view the southern lands of Eorzea and all these calamities. Don't forget, they get impacted by these calamities too. And they see shit like the War of the Magi, and they're like, "You fools, you're doing this. It's your problem." So, just to put a not to be too broad about it, but they look at them as primitives using magic, fucking up the aether and the flow of the world, and they want to stop that, which is why it's such an irony that they're the cause of the next calamity. But yeah, they can't use magic. That's why they have magic tech. They have to find their own way around it. And this eye is something. What does it let them do? Let them see the aether or something? I don't know. Though they can't manipulate it. How it gives him this weird vision of us, though. I don't. This is a weird plot beat, isn't it? This is very strange.
The Enterprise was made for this. To carry Eorzea's protectors into battle.
Mamaluk in the live chat just said, yeah, we just consider this a her moment in the story and just forget about it. Do you mean that's what the community does? So this is kind of retconned a bit? That seems so antithetical to the way to play this game, though. This game, what is great about this game is nothing is forgotten. Like that image of the meteor shower and stuff. Nothing is forgotten, and it all ends up meaning stuff. You don't have to take things metaphorically. There is literal meaning quite often, and it does pay off eventually. So maybe, would we consider this to be something still outstanding? I don't know. That's so weird. Maybe it's just a minor thing. Let's not get too wrapped up about it.
I am proud to be able to call her my own.
Sid? What exactly do you remember?
What exactly do you remember? It's an artsy way to say we met up in 1.0. Yeah, I can totally believe that. Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, how do we want to interpret this?
Alfinod, my boy. Sorry to have been such a burden.
Okay, hold on, wait. What if in 1.0 we made the goggles for him? And it's just alluding to that. Oh my god, if there's a storyline in 1.0 where we make the goggles for him, then boom, that's all it is. And it is just it's a nice way of alluding to it.
I remember everything.
There you go, he's back.
My name, my people, and my purpose. Everything.
Did Sid legit say Alphanod? Did he really? That's
Come,
amazing.
It would be rude to keep Garuda waiting.
Any 1.0 players in chat, lol? Yeah, I mean, it's funny, isn't it? It's like there are no 1.0 players in chat. Which is bizarre to me, because it's only Winds of Change. It's only just before Guild Wars 2 came out. I mean, Christ, when I look at my audience and I talk to you guys, I generally am of the expectation, like, I'm probably wrong to do this, but I think everyone was there at the launch of that game. This game wasn't that much earlier. We talk about it's like it's ancient history, like it's this shrouded veil, impossible to know. But the reality is, it wasn't that long ago. 1.0 wasn't that long ago. I guess it was such a bomb, though. Nobody played it or paid attention. Oh, there it is. We see the Vortex. That's a nice shot of it as well. That looked cool. They should have lingered on that a bit more. That was awesome. That was a blink and you miss it moment. You was playing Star Wars The Old Republic. Yeah, that was a big release right before. Right, here we are. We're back in the holding area. This is a place, I don't know. How do you guys get here to meet me here? How are you, how do you even return here? This is wild. How did you get, are you just because you're playing along with me? And everyone else is like stuck. Oh, I remember very distinctly being here. What is it, Tremor? Don't tell me you're having second thoughts at a time like this, or do you truly wish to return to Gridania? No, no, no. I wonder if we did that, if we'd get a cutscene. Hello, Alfie Nod. All our efforts, all our travails, all of it was for this. What do you mean, our? What did you do exactly? You told me that you were going to set up the ship for the crystal, but you didn't even have the crystal for ages. Make ready, Tremor, for the end is nigh, be it hers or our own. So I will point out here, guys, that the game ends at level 50, and we are already at like a level 45 quest. Beyond those gates awaits our foe. Are you prepared to meet with her? So the third trial. Where is it? Trials. Here we go. The Howling Eye, level 44. With the aid of the Enterprise and its legendary captain, Sid Garland, you have broken through the swirling winds that shield the Howling Eye. Yet the challenges you have surmounted pale in comparison to the one that awaits you beyond the gates. At long last, the end is nigh, be it Garuda's or your own. Now remember, we had that comment from that guy saying it took 2 days to do Garuda at launch. This will be basically just as easy as the other two. Let's try and do this, shall we? So I'm going to go Party Finder, guys. And I'm going to say Trials, Howling Eye, complete the duty. I'm going to say Spuds is the comment. I'm a Bard. I guess I'll play Bard. Why not? I won't create a password. Selecting duty complete signifies that only players who have already completed it can join. Oh, that's cool. So you can, within the Party Finder. So if you don't want to matchmake, you just want to use this. You can set this up so that only people who've already beaten it once. So you can distinguish between a prog clear or a blind clear, right? Basically, that's what this is. That's useful for raiding and stuff, for sure. Oh, you can also specify a certain average item level. And we're going to min-eye level and have the echo restricted. Remember, that's just for the Party Finder telling people that look at my post how it's going to be. And then I can change how the loot rules work, and I can say the language will play. Okay, recruit members. So look, here, I'm now on the Party Finder. This is the only one that's on this server at the moment. But then again, the game will hide things that I don't... Like, all the later storylines and duties and stuff are hidden because I don't have it unlocked and they'd be considered spoilers. I think there's a setting here, show locked duties. Oh, I have it on, so maybe it is just totally dead at the moment. Because it's OCX and everyone's asleep. You can also do a thing where you can search for a certain thing. Like if you want to do the Howling Eye and you want to party for it, if you want to do the Howling Eye Extreme and you want to party for it, you can set up a search thing for it, an advanced search for it, and you can tell the game to print every couple of minutes in your chat box whether anyone's doing it. So as you play, the game will just keep notifying you if anyone's ever forming for the thing you want. Which is quite cool, I think. Anyway. Am I the only one playing on a free trial account? Oh, no, I think quite a few people joined on free trial accounts when I started. Not that they're playing literally along while I'm live and stuff. But yeah, okay. So we filled in. Oh, on a free trialer account, can you not get into the party? Oh, no, you can. Well, there you go. So I did it through the Party Finder. And what that did, you'll notice, is that gave us the right comp straight away. A tank, a healer, and another DPS. So yeah, maybe I'll do that in the future. It would be a good idea for me just as a general Final Fantasy player to get used to using the Party Finder, because I think it is a big part of the game, and I never touch it. I just use the matchmaker all the time. But if later I want to start doing things, or when we get to the later episodes, if we want to do the extremes, and there's not any, if we don't have enough viewers to do it, which would be really sad, really. But we could use the party finder to fill those last slots, hopefully. Anyway, so here we go, the Howling Eye, and then of course I want to set it to min-eye level, silence deco. Go. Here we go, this is Garuda. I'll try to explain what I can remember about the fight. You only land about 14 when the Yogscars covered the ARR launch. Yeah, I remember them covering the launch and how bad it was. That's funny, actually. That's one of the few reviews I watched of ARR. Oh, not ARR, sorry, 1.0. Oh, they covered the ARR launch. I don't think I watched them do that. Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary? She has cool music. Your insolence shall not go unpunished, landwalkers. She looks a lot like the Harpy. 12 preserves! She's huge! As I live and breathe. Here are the Exile who summoned her, who have had absolutely no story here. You would have thought in all these arcs we'd spend a long time around the Amalja or the Kobolds or the Exile, but you don't really, actually. I mean, the Amalja got a bit. Over there, look. It's just weirdly written, this arc. I would have thought we'd spend a bunch of time looking at the Exile. But instead we're just looking for an airship in Kurthus and then fucking around with crystals. Amalja and Kobold prisoners. But why would the Exile bring them here? We didn't really need to voice that, did we? Wherefore come you hither, foolish mortals? Garuda!
We are come to put an end to your reign of terror.
Hear you this blasphemy, my children? These landwalkers would bring me low. You who are bound to crawl upon the earth should revere me, for I am the wind. Did we not take to the skies and slip your defenses? We are bound by nothing, Garuda. You think your playthings give you strength? Aren't Alphanod and Sid really risking being tempered here? They will not help you here, Landwalker. This is my realm, where none can challenge my supremacy. Struggle though you may, I shall slake the roots with your blood and festoon the canopy with your entrails. Ha 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 ha! Slay the unfeathered ones we shall. As an offering to Garuda they will serve. I always thought the Exile were a lot more feathery than they actually are. Leave the Exile to us, Tremor. We will keep them distracted while you deal with her. This is funny, right? Because we're actually technically in a duty. Usually the cutscenes at the start of duties, you can't click through the dialogue like this. Because I could just infinitely stall now, couldn't I? And have all the other party members who are waiting for me right now in the holding pen. Can't I just infinitely stall? Do not fail, Tremor. Remember, you fight for the Scions for Eorzea. We're flipping back and forth between the two Alpha No voices. Oh, the organ kicks in. This worm would die by mine own hand. Come then, I shall grant you that which you seek. I love her song. Oh yeah. So, Garuda. And we're already kicking. I guess I'm not the tank, so someone else controls when we start. Let's do it. So you got these 4 pillars and we need to use them to obstruct various mechanics. Let's see if we can actually... Oh no, I fucked up already. I'm supposed to open with a poison. Oh, well, whatever. Poisoner. Get the song up. There we go. That's an okay start, I think. So she's probably going to die really quickly, which is a shame. But again, that's why as soon as the extremes are available, we'll do it. She's going to like run away, right? And then we need to hide. Okay, she does it like a big attack. And you want the Mistral song here. And you want to hide. And basically, I think if too many people are on them, they break. This is just like the fundamentals of the fight. It's teaching us for now. Right, then there's these razor plumes, and we want to AoE these. And hit these in the cone, because they flee. They're like the Ifrit nails, I think. If they're still alive, she does like a big hit out of them. Time to refresh our poisons. See the rocks breaking? Is that because I'm stupidly standing near it? I'll second wind and heal myself.
Soon you will see the depths of your folly, mortals!
So now we hide in the middle, and this one's important to hide. Alright, I think we survived. That looked very subtle, didn't it? I remember doing the extreme of this on stream before, and there was something about the colours of the plumes. Like, there's going to be 2 colours of them that we have to deal with. The green ones and the blue ones or something. And you're only supposed to kill some. Oh my god, I'm getting hit hard.
The reckoning comes!
Is this going to hide me? Oh god, it didn't hide me. We should have hid behind the bigger one. The mage knew as well. You vaguely remember? Yeah, I mean, I only vaguely remember it as well. Thank you. Sorry, the mage, the white mage. Alright, we can get our damage up again now. Singing the song. So we have a proc there and then another barrage. No! How long till that proc leaves? Oh god, she's back. Minstrel song. Do we have no defense this time though? Oh, I usually don't hear this bit of the song. The fight's over by now, but this is a guitar. Interrupt. Oh my god. There we go.
My power! My power! No! 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 No!
Sorry, I can't voice her that very well. You know, I'd have to actually be in a studio screaming and hoping it's not clipping. She died quick. That's actually a much longer fight than you usually get in the roulette. What? How in the hells? Oh, I don't remember this. This is my realm. You have no hope here. None. None. Did you truly believe you could defy a god, landwalkers? What is this? My power is limitless, my children legion, and they have rendered unto me a wealth of crystals. Their gifts sustain me, their faith empowers me. None save my children will escape the reckoning mortals, and those who would use my crystals to waken the rest shall realize the folly of their faith. Then all shall worship but none but me, the one true God. Of course, worship. So long as the Exile keep praying, she will never fall. Or we could cut off their energy supply. Then let's stop them. Tremor's just like, what do I do? Is this a trial straight into a regular duty? No harm will come to you, my children. Save me, mummy, say the Exile. This is only the beginning, landwalkers, and all who oppose me shall suffer for their defiance. Isn't landwalker what the sylphs were calling us? Soon, and you might be like, oh, hold on, the sylph had their own primal as well, Rama. Yeah, so it's quite exciting thinking about what primals might be coming up. Soon, the worms of the forest shall receive my judgment. The desert vermin next, their walls of stone will not shield them from the tempest. And then I will take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden boats cannot outrun the wind. Tremble, mortals, for I shall visit you all in time, and all shall be mine, all mine. You, landwalker, oh, I think I know where this might be going now. You who dared to raise your hand against me, you shall be the first to pay for your sins, not with your death, but with your life. You will serve me, landwalker, to your last breath. She's going to try and temper us, but not be able to. No! No! I claimed you! You should be mine! Oh, that ringing sound. Jesus. So Hydaelyn just fucked Garuda up for us? Why didn't you do that with Ifrit or Titan? That's not where I was going. I thought the Empire were going to intervene. And you'll understand why I say that very soon, because the final arc will be about an Empire arc, really, largely. Here feels stink. There you go, look, the last crystal, guys. Oh, they were calling us walking ones. Yeah, land walker versus walking ones, yeah. What? What are you? What have you done to me? Well, apparently, there's a lot more to us than meets the eye. No mortal should possess such power. This is impossible. I love this game. The way they slowly, like, reveal what a fucking god you are. Whee! And they're sweeping around me. Ta-da! Look at this. It's such a cool, immersive, like, fight room. So yeah, Garuda will be back soon enough as well, and we will try the harder versions of these fights. Again, what I'll be doing is going to the wiki and distributing the wiki page and guides to you guys, maybe videos, as we get into it. So listen, can I just say, we are coming towards closer to the end now. For those who plan to get in game with me during these and do the exchange with me, please do feel free to read ahead.
Why do you not tremble at my might?
Oh, she's still up.
Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die? We've done it.
Impossible it is! Kill you all! Is that all?
Oh, no, the Empire are getting involved. Here you go, Gaius. Oh, we haven't heard anything from Gaius for a while.
Oh, Lady of the Vortex. Oh, mighty Garuda.
This is the big boss.
Of
I don't know how many times I should say that.
primals, the most terrible. I say again, is that all?
Clearly, these guys have been looking for a strong primal the whole way through the story.
Gaius!
And Sid knows him.
Sid, my boy, you look well. For one who has forsaken kin and country. I wonder what else you will forsake before the day is done.
Oh, I love Gaius, man. Oh.
What?
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day? Well, I shall accomplish far more.
See, the beasts don't like him.
Is that all? Is that all? Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer! That foul stench! I see now. She has touched you!
She. Hydaelyn?
Very well.
Seven hells, does she still mean to fight?
Our Lord of the Inferno, Almighty Ifrit, grant us succor in our hour of need.
Oh my god, they're summoning Ifrit? I don't remember any of this. Are they?
Save us, Titan, Lord of Crags! It hurts us so! The pain! The pain!
Oh, the poor kobolds. I feel worse for them.
What is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to.
So her plan was to summon lots of them at once. Or the Empire's plan? This is a good track as well. Oh, that's great. That's like a summoning cutscene in like the other games, you know? Look, this is just like in the turn-based games. You summon a summon and they've just landed on the field. All three of them.
No, this is all wrong.
Stop gawping, boy.
Oh, sorry, Sid. I cut you off. Run. This is the trap during Ultima. What do I?
Surrender yourselves unto me. I would feast upon your ether. None shall stand against the wind.
This is amazing, right? Because Gaius versus 3 primals.
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire!
So remember Nero said he was building something? Well, I don't think he built it, but tinkering with something. So it beats Ifrit, and look, it's absorbed it, and now it's got red all over it. You've got red on you. And it's bigger than Titan. This Machina is bigger than Titan.
It is you who will suffer, Garuda. Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now, look on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
So, yeah, primals have been a thing for a long, long time. Even the ancient Allegan Empire, way back in the Third Era, and they did a lot of studying of primal, and they learned a lot about primals. And they built this thing. Oh, she dodged. Oh!
No! No! No!
Oh, he like bites her head off. Did he get like her wings? Is that what happened there? She got he got wings from her? What did he get from Titan?
Magnificent. It exceeds all expectation.
Did he already have the wings? I don't think he did he? So this was Nero's plan. This was Nero's project.
With each primal it consumes, it grows more powerful. A marvel, is it not?
This is a cool shot, seeing La Habrea on one of these airships. Insectoid-like.
Such is the fate of those who oppose the Empire. There will be no warriors of light to save you this time. If your leaders are as wise as they are reported, they will surrender.
So I guess we don't technically beat Garuda here.
Impressive, but they will not be enough.
We beat it enough to get the crystal fully complete, at least. So we're really strong because we've got the crystal. All the facets of the crystal, let's say. So you can see where this is going. Empire main villain.
12, have mercy. What chance have we against such an ungodly creation?
With the power of multiple primals.
And who was that armored devil?
That was Gaius van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and supreme commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
Of course. The Black Wolf. How could I not realize? Grandfather mentions him in his journal.
The Black Wolf.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions. But these developments are beyond my worst expectations. What have you been doing these past 5 years? How could something of this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
Well, they're all dead.
We
Well,
heard
5
no
years.
whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Okay.
Damn it, Gaius. Where in the 7 hells did you find that thing?
It's funny. It's nice to finally have some cutscenes where there's dialogue, voice acting. It is like, this is what a lot of the game is of it. It's like ARR has such a small proportion, you know. Like, I might have mentioned this in the Let's Play already, but if you go to YouTube and you just watch the entire game's story in one long run, like, the video on ARR is like 5 hours or something. And then, like, the next one, it's like 7 hours. And then, for Heaven's War, then Stormblood, it's like 15 hours. Then Shadowbringers, it's like 30 hours or something ridiculous. And Endwalker's even longer. I don't know where the numbers go in the end, to be honest. Maybe I'm way off with the 30 hours thing. But they just keep getting longer and longer and longer as more and more voice acting comes in.
It
More
has been a
cutscenes.
day of unexpected developments.
but the fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat.
But each individual expansion is shorter than ARR, and they have no busy work in them, so they're just way better, basically.
While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall, it does mean that we may safely put the matter of the primals to one side. For the time being, at least.
Okay.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
What about our captured friends?
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed. But first, we must needs find out all we can. Let us make for Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the Scions. All is not yet lost, my friend, for we bear the light, and shall surely lead our people from the darkness.
Lovely platitude. The ending of Endwalker is like crazy. I'm so excited. I really want to play that goddamn story. Okay. We're back. That weapon didn't just destroy those primals, it devoured them. Gods only knows what else it can do. Well, that was an experience I'd rather not have again. Something has been troubling me, Tremor. Shortly before the Black Wolf took center stage, when Garuda attempted to claim you as her own, I could have sworn I saw... but I'm sure I was mistaken. In times of great stress, the evidence of the eye is apt to be misread by even the most inquiring mind. Forget I even mentioned it. Returning to... So is that the Echo, guys, or was that something else? Returning to the subject of our earlier discussion, we may consider the matter of the primals closed until further notice. No beast tribe will dare summon their gods so long as that weapon exists. Truly, a more effective deterrent I could not imagine. It almost seems a shame to plot its destruction. Yeah, maybe we don't destroy it. Maybe we capture it for ourselves. Is that folly? Is that silly? Let's get that hat. That's a cool archer's hat, actually. I like... Look at that. That is a 10 out of 10 archer's hat. It's got the feather on it and everything. So what's next, Alphanod? Reclamation. Alphanod is ready to return to the Waking Sands. It is past time we return to the Waking Sands. To leave our headquarters in disrepair any longer would be to dishonor the memory of those who fell there. We have been brought to our knees, but we will rest, rebuild, and rise once more. Haha! Okay, so, yes, we are going to go to the Waking Sand, and who knows, I'm assuming there'll be a twist when we get there. Someone else will have snuck in, and it'll be like, oh, hi. In fact, I'm going to guess Tataru's there. Wait, no, what exactly happened with Tataru? Is that a silly guess? I don't know, we will see. But, while we're in Gridania, I want to bring up the next thing I want to do with Tremor's class. The next episode should be hopefully quite fun to watch. Wait, where the fuck are we? Oh, we're in Uldar. I thought... Oh, we landed in Uldar. Jesus Christ, I thought we landed at the Black Shroud. Between this episode and the next episode, I'm going to get another class. Hopefully the leveling is easy, because I'd like to play the main story on it. What we need to do is get it to level 45. Level 30 will be a piece of piss. Like, so quick it's unreal. With the hunting log, level 30 will be so easy. The 15 after that might be a bit tricky, and obviously I'm trying to juggle it with another project, so we'll see. But I am going to pick up another Gridanian class here. Obviously there's like carpentry and all kinds of things that we could... What is this? A bad bladder? But I want to show you guys the final part of the Trinity, which is a role I've never played, not even on my main. I have never played a healer in this game. Not once, not for a second. And I want to get one, and I've wanted to get one. I've been holding off getting one until I brought this series back. So let's go, and since we're all Elven and Gridania, I know that there is obviously another choice, but let's just keep it simple here. Let's become a conjurer. So remember, we just heard in the lore here that these are the people that learned how to commune with the elementals and basically got favor of the elementals to allow the Gridanians to come back up from underground and live here. So the conjurers are kind of a big deal. Once you finish conjurer, you can turn that into a white mage. So next episode, I will be a conjurer, and I think it'll be really fun and different and weird to play. So back to the guild here. I've never done any of this, and I'll tell you what skills we unlock. But we're gonna grab it here at the very least. So we're gonna do the first quest, then go to the Waking Sands. So let's see what we've got. Well met, adventurer. You come to Stillglade Fane, home of the Conjurers Guild. We conjurers harness the powers of earth, wind, and water that abound in nature, thereby weave spells of healing and protection. So as a black mage, I get fire, ice, and lightning. It looks like as a white mage, you get the other three. Earth, wind, and water. And then red is an expansion class that like combines the two or something. I don't know. But my dream, I loved red mage in Final Fantasy 1. I've always wanted to level black, white, and then eventually red, get to the old favourite. So here we are. Ever do we seek noble souls to initiate into our mysteries? Might you be such a soul, come to join the guild? Sure. Then allow me to provide you with an overview of what it is to be a conjurer. Conjuring is the art of healing and purification. Its practitioners harness the power of nature that they might bring about change in the form of spells. Primitive magic, such as that was once wrought by individuals known as mages, meaning these with the ability to manipulate aether, has existed since the dawn of time. It was not until some 5 centuries ago that conjury emerged from this shapeless agglomeration of spells and charms, an event which led to the founding of Gridania. In those dark days, the elementals would not suffer man's presence in the Twelveswood, forcing our forebears to make their homes beneath the earth, in the great subterranean city of Gelmora. But their desire to settle in the Twelveswood continued to burn fiercely. Time and time again they sought to curry the elementals' favour. Unlike men and the other creatures bound in the temples of flesh, the elementals are beings of pure aether. So hold on, that's what primals are as well though, right? Until they're brought into reality by prayer and aether, primals are beings of aether, right? Because like Titan knew about Ifrit and stuff. So elementals are kind of like primals in a way? Recognizing this, the mages of... I'm learning all this as I read it, by the way. I really don't know what the fuck the elementals are. So this is quite cool. Recognizing this, the mages of Eld reasoned that their talent for etheric manipulation might allow them to commune with these theretofore enigmatic entities. It took 5 long decades, but our forebears finally succeeded. Their reward? The elementals' permission to dwell in the Twelveswood. So it was that the nation of Gridania was born. Since that time, the elementals have taught us to live here as one with nature, speaking to all Gridanians through the hearers, those mages who are able to commune with them. And for their intimacy with the elementals, the hearers would go on to attain greater mastery over the forces of nature. Thus did they conceive of the art of conjuring. And that, my most attentive listener, is a brief history. If you want to walk the path, tell me when you're ready. I do. That is well, I shall introduce you to our guildmaster, Brother Isumi Yan. Isumi Yan presides over the Conjurer's Guild even as he serves the nation as a hearer. You'll find him in the meditation area within. Go to him and make it known your desire. So, is this like a relation of Kani Senna? And he's also the guildmaster here? This seems like quite a good lore class to play, actually. It's funny that they call mages primitives, when the reality is that we're going to become a mage after this. Yeah, look, he's a guy with horns. He's a little kid. Greetings, adventurer. I'm told you wish to become a conjurer of Stillglade fame. Was he one of the kids with Kani Senna in one of the earlier cutscenes? I am Brother Isumi Yan, master of this guild. Before you're formally accepted into our ranks, I would impart you the principles of conjuring. Pray attend me well. Conjuring is an arcane art that takes life and the living for its domain. Its primary purpose is the salving of hurts and the granting of protection. Adventurers such as yourself often stand upon the front lines of battle. Owing to this, you are like to find yourself in many situations wherein a capacity for healing would be advantageous. Mind you, there's more to conjuring than that. By harnessing the power of earth, wind, and water, conjurers are also capable of weaving spells that wreak havoc. So yeah, when you're a healer in this game, you don't just pure heal. You do damage as well. It's always... Remember, Square Enix dictate... There is no buildcraft. They design not just the spells, but the whole rotation and everything. And your majority focus is still doing damage. It's just that you can also support people. And your total damage will be lower than people dedicated to it. In mastering healing and purification, not only will you mend wounds and purge afflictions, you'll be able to breathe life back into the fallen. Yeah, we can revive. I've never rezzed anyone, ever, in this game. But more than simply healers, yet not true dealers of destruction, conjurers realize their full potential when they employ their powers in support of others. This, my dear adventurer, is what it means to be one of us. Mayhap that was too much to grasp on a single hearing. Sorry, let's put the depth of field on. But worry not, for the meaning of my words will become clear to you in due time. You will come to understand that conjuring is not the sole province of this conjurer. Should you wish to walk our path, I must needs ask you solemnly vow to embrace nature, to heed the will of the elementals and the Twelveswood alike. Can you make this vow? Yes. I knew your answer ere your lips had parted. I'm no yet less pleased to hear it. By the power that invested me, I name you a member of the Conjurers Guild. Here's your hunting log, and to mark this occasion, I present you a cane. So what do I get? I get like a cane? Take up the cane. I would first have you go to Stillglade Fen. Well, there you go. So I'm a conjurer now. I wonder what my first skill is going to be. It's got to be a damage skill, surely. Let's see. So here we go. We equip the Weathered Cane. And we're naked. So I go recommended gear for a level 1 person. And I go gear set. And we click the plus. And now we have a Conjurer set that we can swap into. No soul just yet. I've got to see here. So what do we get? Actions. Stone. Deals a spell that deals earth damage with a potency of 140. So that looks like my regular button. But why am I struggling to find the slot for this? No, it is that slot. Yeah. Eventually it becomes Stone Ra. That's cool. That's like... Oh, I think that's called Stone 2, but I have a plugin that makes them the cooler names. So we'll get Cure and then... Oh, here you go. Cure. Oh, I was always wondering if Cure was going to be a roll skill or an action. Okay. Restore a target's HP. Is that an OGCD? I don't know. Arrow. Oh, this is like a dot. This is like poison. And then we get Aurora. We get Cura. Restore the target's HP by more. It's not an AoE version. Raise. Resurrect a target to a weakened state. Again, it's not a roll skill. I thought that the reses would be roll skills, but no, they're not. Oh my god, we got loads. We can send someone to sleep. But it's called Repose instead of sleep. We get Azuna, cure status effects. Lucid Dreaming gives me MP back. I get that on Black Mage as well. Swift Cast lets me instant cast a spell. Sure Cast is like arm's length. It's stability, basically. And Rescue pulls a target to you. So if someone's standing in an AoE, you can yank them over to you to save their life, which is really cool, and I can't wait to do. I've never cast a bunch of these abilities. And then there's Medic. Restores my HP and everyone nearby. Okay, that's like heal area. And then Medicara does it, but also gives them regen. Are there any traits? Oh god, there are. Upgrade Stone to Stone 2. Free Cure. Grants a 15% chance that after casting Cure, the MP cost for the next Cure 2 will be 0. Ah, so I spam little cures to get the proc for the big cure? Is that right? I'm nervous that that's wrong. I think there are some certain traps to this where people spam the low-level button and it's not a good idea. That just makes my shit stronger. That gives me makes arrow stronger. And that reduces the cooldown of Swift Cast. Okay. So remember, this is just the class base Conjurer. So listen, between this episode and the next one, I will play this, I will level it, I will get some nice skins for it, and I'll talk to you a little bit about how that went in the next episode. Because again, the next episode is another shorter one. We don't really have so many quests to do. And we'll be at the end of the game at the end of the next episode, guys. So yeah, and I'll do the stuff with him, and I'll tell you whether it was a good story. He's quite cool. What's his first thing he wants me to do? The part of Conjurer becomes you, Tremor. Without further ado, I shall assign you to your first task as a conjurer of the Stillglade Fane. Just beyond the city gates, you'll encounter squirrels, ladybugs, and fungars. Slay 3 of each. Lest you wonder how I can so coolly order the taking of life, know that things are not as easy as they once were. As a consequence of the calamity, and I may add, through no fault of their own, these creatures have become a burden to the Twelveswood, a burden it cannot well bear. As a conjurer, it's your duty to carry out the will of the forest, and by employing your powers in doing so, you will learn something of your art. So we've got to like balance the ecosystem. Perform your first task in the name of the elementals. Cool, I'm learning a lot here. Cool. Well, there you go. And so, by the way, that means we've sampled all of the classes here, the combat classes here, except Lancer, which becomes Dragoon. And as I said earlier in the episode, that is the one thing that is really, really good for the main story. So, well, the Dragoon bit anyway, not the Lancer bit. So Tremor will probably become a Lancer as well, which is kind of amazing. So there you go. Right, but let's go back. Let's pray return to the Waking Sands now. I want to see what happens when we get there. I love playing supports, by the way. I think Rescue seems cool. It must be so satisfying to res people. I like the kind of split focus thing. What a lot of healers do, though, right, is they grab their UI and they'll like move the party list over here or something, so that they can see it closer, and then they can like target through it easily, like click through. I don't know how I'm going to do it with key bindings and stuff. But, like, if I want to heal Topaz, I could target him like that. I don't really like this thing of the party list in the middle of the screen. I think it looks really ugly. And when I watch footage, usually, of people playing this game, I'm always a bit like, ugh. Because the UI looks so messy. I mean, maybe you think my UI looks messy as well. Who knows? We have that side dungeon to do at some point as well. But yeah, so let's head on in. Anybody? No? So remember, the Empire attacked here, but it wasn't Gaius that attacked here. It was Livia that attacked here. What has this attack got to do with them building that massive weapon? So here's Sid and Alphino. I had no idea, Tremor. I can only imagine how you felt when you returned that day. Alright, and we can't do it on the level 1 character, obviously. I kind of just want to go kill some random mobs and experience the... Tell me, Tremor, does aught here strike you as odd? I see signs of recent habitation. Could it be that we have trespassers? Mayhap it's just my imagination. Come, let us proceed into the solar. Oh, are there trespassers? Wait! Aha! It's Ida! Who goes there? Now, Ida, is that any way to greet a friend? Alphanod! Tremor! Sid! Wait, is this a dream? Not that I'm aware of. It's been a while, Ida. Oh! I don't believe it. I was sure you'd been... Where's Biggs and Wedge? This place has seen better days. You know, I wasn't actually here when I was still in talks at the Adder's Nest. The first I knew about it was when I came back and I saw... It's okay, I moved all the bodies out, don't you worry. Ida! Says Alphino. The church had taken care of the bodies, but that's still... The stains. It was hard to know where to start. If Ishtola hadn't been here to help me... Ishtola is here too? Yeah, but she's not here right now. She's gone to Uldar to meet a man who might know what happened to the others. Papalimo and Minfilia weren't among the dead, according to the church. Ishtola thinks they were taken somewhere. Upon the orders of the Black Wolf, no doubt. Why would he want them? Because they possess something he desires. Knowledge of another power that can be brought to bear against the primals. One that Gaius has yet to harness. The Echo. Ah, I see. Gaius will be aware of his existence, as well as the immunity it grants the gifted to the primal's influence. Powerful though his Allagan weapon may be, he would doubtless desire such protection. He means to use Minfilia to gain an understanding of the Echo. So can they manufacture their own Echo, you might wonder? None of which explains how the Empire came to know the location of the Waking Sands in the first place. No matter, the Empire has shown its hand and now we must act. It's up to us to rebuild the Scions and save Eorzea. Can I count on you, Ida? What? Oh, yes, of course, whatever you need. We can discuss our next move upon Ishtola's return. For now, I say we rest. So, some people are okay. Oh, he said that we rest. I was expecting to get kicked back to a quest thing. But no, we're just resting. Why do I have to sit on the floor? I'm getting treated like a chump. Oh.
Hear, feel, think.
Was the Waking Sands hidden to begin with? I mean, kinda. It had the whole, what was it, like a password system? We were told not to tell anyone about it. Those missives from the Grand Companies knew her, was they? Oh, I like the lighting in here. Look at this. It's this scene again! What is this? So look, they're actually reminding us of it. I feel even worse now that I totally forgot about its existence. But look, it's so easy to forget. It's just a little moment here.
Bringer of light.
Hello. Crystal Mummy?
Brave gatherer of the crystals, thy soul burneth bright. I am Hydaelyn, all made one.
Holy shit, I'm getting shivers from the music.
Hearken unto me now, for the darkness doth begin to spread. Wear thee the bearer of the crimson brand, for he is the avatar of shadow, whom death attendeth always. The crystals shall be thy salvation, thy blade and shield both. Steel thyself, for at the appointed hour thou shalt stare into the heart of darkness. Go with caution, my child, but fear not, for I am ever with thee.
So, I think we're basically a badass with these crystals that we've got now. They're all connected. Ishtola! Hello! From one mummy to the other. Tremor, I see you and Alphanod are safe. And Sid. Wait, and Sid? Oh, she looked really happy to see him. That we five should meet each other thus defies simple explanation. It's as if the benevolent hand of Master Louis Soir guides us still. He would not see us so undone so easily. Not now, when the need is so great. That was nice. We saw the staff for a second. I know when Minfilia and the others are being held. See, look, maybe Alphanod was only such a bastard and uncaring in the previous part because he knew that other people might figure stuff out. Where? An Imperial stronghold in the heart of Mordona. That's a region we've not been to yet. Castrum's Sentry. Mordona is like a middle land, like a no man's land in the middle, as far as I understand. Maybe I'm wrong, guys. Not too good with that region. And there's only one map in it, and it's quite a small map. Alright. So there you go. So next time, guys, we will be in the Waking Sands, and we will begin our assault on the Empire. We will try to free Minfilia. We'll do a lot of cool stuff. I'm going to do a tiny little bonus segment here, just because I want to experience the thrill of this. Earlier in the series, when we leveled our first two classes, we didn't have the... Wait, have I got no food? Here we go. We didn't have the referral link item. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to swap us to Conjurer. So we get the Friendship Circlet for 25% XP. I don't know why the recommended doesn't put it on. The brand new ring. Menfina's earring. Food. The Mentor's thing doesn't work, if I remember rightly. Someone was saying. And I just want to do this one quest. I want to kill a couple of mobs because I want to see how fast we level. I want to hit a couple of things and go up to like level. Oh god, these things are level 7. They're going to kill me if they hit me. No, and I can't jump on the rock. Oh no, we're going to die. How do I get out? Don't die, Topaz. Okay, we're all right. Yeah, up here. Please don't chase me, Bog Yarzons. And besides, any excuse to be in these nice early areas. Okay, so here's what it's like to spellcast. If I move, it will get interrupted. See? So you have to stand still as a caster. And it's very clunky feeling in a lot of ways. But if you move towards the end of the cast will finish anyway. So that's called slide casting. So there we go. We killed him. We got a level from killing the ladybug. That's called slide casting. And so there, you'll see the other annoying thing. If I'm running forwards, I hate this about this game. Because again, the server ticks are really slow. If I just stop and immediately cast, like I run over to that funguar and I cast, watch what happens. It gets interrupted halfway because the server's still catching up with the fact I was moving. It's so clunky. I hate it, guys. I also hate that I have to look at the cast bar. And the GCD is under... I don't know. Basically, you can only move when you instant cast stuff. It's just weird. It's just very weird. I don't know how I feel about it all. But yeah. Just killing a couple of these mobs here at the start will probably hit us to level 5 straight away. Not even counting the quest reward. So then we get Aero, which is like throwing rocks at people for now. And so yeah, for a caster with the auto attacks, it's a little bit different. So I am actually auto attacking him right now. You don't like wand like in Guild Wars. You have to walk right up and he'll bonk him. Oh, and it does do damage, 7. But you're not really, that's not really something to think about. Oh, Aero is instant activation. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, instant activation won't get interrupted. Oh, that guy's breaking. So this is a bit like on Archer, I guess. We poison first, but this time it's Sweet Aero. So there's air magic. That's funny because on Black Mage, Thunder is, oh god, sorry, the sound was probably too loud. Show the emote on skill bar tech? What do you mean? Like if I go up here to social, I think it's under social, emotes, you can just drag anything you like, and then whenever I click that, I'll panic. Or you can make a macro that will make you panic and then cast stone. Or panic and then raise or whatever, I don't know. You probably wouldn't want to do that because that would delay the cast of the raise. So yeah, clunkiness, I don't for Guild Wars players more familiar with more modern action-based games, I don't really recommend casters if you're watching along with this, because there is a bit of a learning curve. Not that you can't get over it, and I think they're rewarding once you know the rules and you're sort of used to the jank. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts there with that. But you can also see, because we have to be so much more static, a lot of mechanics that I've just been wandering around. Archer, it doesn't even really feel like a game. If you're playing one of these classes, it will feel more like a game. Like you're in an AoE, an orange AoE, and you're being asked, yeah, and you got to decide now: do I finish the cast or do I give it up and run out? And there's always that tension there, and it's a little bit more entertaining in that way. Entertaining is one way of putting it. Clunky is another. It's your choice. Wow, look, so we unlocked Aero. We got Cure as well now. We can restore a target's HP. Can I cure my mini? Oh, I can! Oh, no, that cast it on me because he's not a valid target. But okay. Well, there you go. So, Conjure next time, guys. And we're off to the Waking Sands to learn about this machine. The end of the next episode, we will be at the end of the game, but with some big missions to do and the credits and all that fun stuff. So, yeah. Welcome back, Tremor. The elementals have told me of your success. By placing yourself in the midst of nature and seeing it with a conjurer's eyes, you've taken your first step along the path to enlightenment. Healing, protection, destruction. Though our spells vary in function, they all derive their power from the same source. The Force embodies in all creation. Yeah, yes, yours is a familiar look. The very picture of confusion. Be not disheartened, for comprehension shall come in due time. For now, you must learn to reach out to the forces embodied in each of us. Pray hearken to mine instructions. Breathe deep and open your eyes, that we cannot be seen. Feel the myriad life around you and draw upon this boundless reservoir of energy. Take up your cane and use that energy. Let that energy fill form. Go forth, my young conjurer, and be at one with the world. And then when we hit level 5, we get the next quest, which I will do off screen. There is another healer, by the way. If you go to Limsa Mensa, you can become an Arcanist who will turn into a Scholar, which is a job healer, which is interesting. I think that's how it works, right? No? Maybe I'm wrong? Yeah. The only class that is a healer is this. In Limsa, you become a Arcanist, wherever that's listed, this, and then upgrade it to Scholar. Scholar is a job, not a class. So, yeah. All right, there you go. Thank you, everybody, for watching another episode. I just noticed, by the way, that my internet crapped out a little bit for a second there, so hopefully the video's fine. That's the other stress of doing these things live. Thank you all. To anybody who became a member today, listen, I will try to get member-exclusive content up as time goes forward. And yeah, thank you all. It's been wonderful. And I'll see you on the next part very soon. Take care, guys. I'm going to go eat dinner now. I'm going to get some shepherd's pie. That's going to be amazing. Thanks, guys. Farewell. Let's risk the broken outro, shall we?